This was the way to go about it, science would never advance because you're going to have like a dominant paradigm that most believe in.
No.
And if you just accept it based on consensus or whatever, then you'd have no advancement in knowledge.
That's the point I was going to make. Science is always changing, and the preconceived, the current beliefs, whatever they are, is always changing. That's how science advances, by overturning what the majority always has believed. That's how science advances. My point that I would say is that the paradigm that's held to by the closed door society of modern scientific community is not allowing science to advance, because what science has discovered is that life is designed.
So before we open up more people, I'm gonna mediate a little bit here. So I don't think TJump is saying something like, I have the epistemic ability to completely verify these sciences that I'm affirming. And that's why I'm doing it. What I think he's saying is he knows that he doesn't have the ability to completely verify it in all cases, but for practical purposes, he has evidence that this person like went to college and is good at their field, and it's more reasonable to at least provisionally take on what this person is saying until some other expert who also knows what they're talking about can refute it. Is that it might be
completely anti-scientific?
Well, my problem with that is that how do you get from that to making a grand
all
metaphysical
is saying is
claim?
that is rational. That's
So
what
it was
he's
like
saying.
three things
that's,
there.
That's
One
not the
sec.
problem.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
So I'm talking about average people, and if an average person is just listening to a lecture of a physicist, and the physicist says some really complicated equation and says this works, the average person is rational to believe this. This is different from progress in science. Progress in science is done by lots of people who understand it and are challenging things. So there's a difference between
TJump. I'd like to respond to that. On that basis,
I'm gonna start muting people. I swear to God.
On that basis, then all the people.
One at a time, people.
I just want to know what I forgot my question.
Well, can I ask one?
Pragmatist. Ask me to the queue, pragmatist.
My problem, TJump, is like if you take philosophy of science.
All right, he was literally giving a long response to something, and I wanted to hear it.
Is somebody talking? Because I can't hear it. There was like somebody began a sentence and then like I couldn't hear him anymore.
Did you finish your point, TJump?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I did. I was done. My point was just that an average person is rational to believe an expert in the field, and this is separate from like progress in science. Progress in science is done by a consensus of experts making predictions and testing them out, and so that has nothing to do with whether or not an average person is rational to believe an expert. And metaphysical claims, science can make metaphysical claims all the time. It's called scientific realism. That thing, but you don't need certainty for that. No one cares if you have certainty. The consensus is fallibilism. You don't need certainty. So I don't know what that guy kept bringing up.
You just, by average people, you
all
just
right, go ahead,
non-experts.
What I was saying was that
not in the field, right? That's what you're talking about.
The United States
persons
will be destroyed by nuclear fire according to
yeah, go ahead, Paul.
Okay.
What I was saying was, by definition, metaphysical claims cannot be investigated by empirical scientific method. It rests on metaphysical assumptions. My only issue is that when people appeal to science as like disproving or proving a giant metaphysical claim of what it is.
What definition?
Scientific method. It's an inductive.
It's the Baptist, whatever
Why
your
do
name
people
is.
keep jumping in? I don't know.
One second,
What's
Baptist.
the guy's name? It's called Baptist Mold. That's what his name is.
Yeah, Baptist. I wanted to ask you. So, why can't science investigate metaphysical claims? Because scientific realism is again the consensus among scientists. So they disagree with you. Like they all disagree with you. Why do you?
The empirical scientific method is by definition assuming a bunch of metaphysical assumptions, right? And it's only investigating repeatable inductive reasoning about giving you more probability of certainty about patterns in the material world.
I'm not following.
You can't make metaphysical claims. You can infer them from the results of that, but you have to like plug them into your metaphysical assumptions. You cannot investigate metaphysical claims with physical, empirical, scientific methods.
So the way science works is you make a hypothesis, which you can make up whatever you want. Magical pixie leprechauns are ruling the universe, whatever hypothesis you want. And then you say, if my hypothesis is true, here's what we would expect to see under some experiment. Do an experiment and see if you get the result. And if you get the result, that's evidence for whatever metaphysical hypothesis you have. So I'm not sure.
How do you test a metaphysical truth under a microscope?
According to that, I can show that life is designed.
Yes, you could if you had novel testable predictions. But so the point here is that any metaphysical hypothesis you have, the world is purely material, the idealism is true, God is real, don't care. You can make up whatever you want. The way to indicate that it's true is you make novel testable predictions. And if they're confirmed, that's evidence of your hypothesis. For example, in Hinduism, the Bhagavad Gita predicts the age of the earth is 4.3 billion years old, which is within 5% accuracy, which is a very good prediction. That is some very minute evidence that the Bhagavad Gita's God thingy Brahman is true. So yes, you can indicate metaphysical truths with empirical science.
Right. You have to assume a metaphysical assumption today, like the uniformity of nature over time and stuff. That's what you're not seeing. You have a blind spot epistemically.
None of that matters. That's a part of the hypothesis.
You're interpreting data to fit it into your metaphysics. You cannot test the metaphysical assumption.
You're confusing the hypothesis with the assumption. So if I make a hypothesis that has some variables to it, like there's uniformity of nature and magical leprechauns, whatever I predict about the future, if I get it right, that's evidence of all of my assumptions and all of my hypotheses, because that's the point of the hypothesis. The hypothesis is all of your assumptions. You say, if these are my assumptions, all of them.
Right. You have to read the data and see if that matches. You could say it makes it more likely, or you could have a completely false paradigm assumption where it seems like that. You cannot get any truth out of that.
I have no idea what you just said. So I have assumptions. All my assumptions are magical pixie leprechauns, and then I'm assuming all of this stuff, and then I make predictions. If magical pixie leprechauns, then I'm going to see this stuff in the future. And then if I look and I see this stuff in the future, that's evidence of every single one of my assumptions. All of my assumptions now have evidence for me to believe them.
Or instead of magical fairy whatever's, it's actually something else you haven't thought of, and it just seems like it fits to your magical fairy, but it actually doesn't.
One second, guys. Hey, TJump. Nikita wanted me to ask if she wanted to arrange a debate between you and someone else in the server. I told her already that you charge for that stuff, but she wanted to ask you.
Yeah.
Oh, does he charge? Oh, I didn't know. Okay, that's fine. Don't worry.
Yeah, so tell Luca $50. But go ahead, guys.
Unless it's a famous person or someone who.
Hey, wait, hold on. I wanted to say something. I didn't get the chance earlier.
On biology.
Nephilim. Come on, bro.
So if my hypothesis is that life was designed, so if life was designed, we should find properties that life possesses that arise only from intelligence. In the 20th century, we discovered that very thing. We discovered that DNA is a product of intelligence because it possesses prescriptive functional information, which operates linguistically and algorithmically. And we know that prescriptive functional information, algorithms, and the semiotics of linguistics arise only from intelligence. Therefore, we have empirical evidence that the hypothesis was true. We are, in fact, designed. Who's the designer? That's the only question now.
Well, that would be great evidence if it wasn't debunked by Shannon Claude's information theory and information.
Because genetic information is not Shannon information. It's
prescriptive any information. Information is physical. It's not by mind. But what is quantum? Quantum wanted to say something?
Right. Yeah. So I wanted to say something. So based upon what you said earlier, the average person has like a rational basis to believe, like the person who puts forth the equation, right? Well, on that same basis, like the average person living in like a Mayan society way back when would have a rational basis to believe that all these people being sacrificed on the temple tops to the gods, it was perfectly rational and in accordance with some higher truth, right? So that's part of the problem with that way of giving authority to people just on the basis of an arbitrary
you got to ask a question and stop speaking and not assume your question. So no, they were not justified because they didn't have any demonstrable results of the people sacrificing. So if the people sacrificing virgins or whatever could consistently cause storms to arise or not arise, then yeah, they'd be rational in believing that sacrificing virgins was effective.
They did. They'd get harvest of the crop, or they'd have a whole solar eclipse, and that's proof right there. I mean. That's
if they could do that, then, so if, for example, the sacrificers knew when the eclipses were going to happen, and then sacrificed a virgin right before an eclipse, and the average person doesn't know this, and all they see is, oh look, someone sacrificed then eclipse, then yeah, they would be rational in believing that the people doing the sacrificing knew more about them, about the
yeah. By your methodology, it's the same thing. I think is what you point out.
No.
All right, can I ask a question, Super Saiyan?
Yeah, go ahead.
We talk about this appeal to authority or experts, and that's a great hypothesis or in a hypothetical world. Of course, we have morality that enters into the equation. But my question is, at what level or when is it decided someone qualifies as an expert to be able to challenge the consensus?
Well, those are so like you don't need to be an expert to challenge the consensus. Those are two separate topics. But what makes someone an expert is the ability to create results in the field. So like novel testable predictions, if you can do novel testable predictions in the field, that's what makes you an expert.
So was Jackson Pollock an expert in the field of painting?
Jackson Pollock.
The painter?
I don't know. I don't know what an expert in the field of painting is. That's not like the painting methodology isn't like a scientific methodology. So I don't know.
It's not?
No.
So is there a difference between a Rembrandt painting and a Pollock painting?
One people pay more for, but they're not like, again, correspondent. There's no correspondence to reality with painting.
So there is not an objective method by which you get one result as opposed to another.
There's no correspondence to reality. So that's the part that's missing here. In science, you have a correspondence to reality.
There is.
No.
The result is the accuracy of the depiction as it relates to.
Do you have like a legitimate question? Because the topic here is what makes an expert in a scientific field, which has a criterion that it must correspond to reality. Painting doesn't have that criterion. You can paint whatever you want. You can paint unicorns. No correspondence to reality required. So what makes an expert in art is, I don't know, creativity. What makes an expert in science is the ability to make your ideas correspond to reality.
That's not exactly true, but that's
I don't know what you're getting at, Quantum, because like art does not use the scientific method.
It actually does, but we believe that art is separate from that. But
yeah, but even if it did,
okay, wait, hold on. The main point I was trying to make.
Thank you, whoever did that. Anyways, Quantum, even if you were right, that wouldn't be a problem for TJump because then art just would be an analogy for science, but it's not. That's the problem.
Yeah.
So what I was saying was that making an effect in a field isn't the same as making an advancement in a field, right? Like we would all say that Jackson Pollock made an effect in the field of painting, but that doesn't mean that he, actually made a valid contribution upon which other things are built. He in fact regressed that field. So the same thing can be in the field of science. You can have people who are quack science.
Okay.
Pragmatist. Just 1 second, pragmatist, if I can. I've tried to explain this to Quantum so many times. Science is a methodology. The fact that you can apply the scientific method to art doesn't make art the scientific methodology, does it?
Right. So
our hypothesis.
No, but they're putting authority in the hands of particular scientists.
Chrome wanted to say something next, and I think Alex wants to say something.
I was just trying to point out, I think what Quantum's appealing to is like specific techniques in the field and this, that, and the other, and different techniques give different results. And as far as the painting themselves, right? I think that's what he's appealing to, but it does seem kind of like a bit of a derail.
Yeah, so I'm not following which pseudoscientific, like flat earther, for example, has an effect on science without actually making progress.
What's that? Well, you're appealing to authorities within science.
Yeah, and I said what makes someone an expert is their ability to make an effect in the field. And you said quacks can make an effect. And I'm like, okay, which quacks make an effect in science?
Well, there's people who we're told to believe are experts in science who are really just like, pop apologists for it, like Richard Dawkins and stuff like that.
No, he's an actual biologist. He's an actual expert. He's actually made large contributions to the field of biology, like significant.
Right,
large.
but then
very big
they take they may have some small area of discovery that they have actually made some contribution to, but then they take the next step and they make metaphysical claims or claims about the nature of reality that you can't extrapolate from those discoveries that they have made.
No,
and so that would constitute a regression.
No, that's scientific realism. That's the consensus in science.
Yeah, appeal to a consensus is also a logical fallacy.
Wait, I thought
No,
OD got banned from the server.
It's completely rational to appeal to consensus.
You saying it's rational does not make it not a fallacy.
Well, that's what a fallacy
Quantum
is.
is
It's irrational.
Just listen to the experts.
Something,
I'll
just because
post
you
the
say
definition
something,
of it.
Are you?
if the consensus
Wait a minute.
actually
Hold
says
on,
it, it's
hold
not
on.
a fallacy.
So is Quantum's
Still ad populum.
critique of Dawkins based on the fact that Dawkins speaks about things that, I mean, we point to the same criticisms with like AIG, right? That they appeal to experts who have like PhDs and they speak to fields other than what they hold expertise in, right? And that's a legitimate criticism. And if you want to criticize Dawkins' views on theology on the basis that he's not an expert in theology, okay, whatever.
Yeah, it's legit. So if he's not an expert in a field, then he doesn't qualify as an expert in that field. So to be an expert, you have to make progress in that field. So that would be covered by my previous definition.
Can I throw out an example that I think it would be nice if people could address? When somebody goes to the doctor and says, I am ill, the doctor checks them and says, you have this illness, and gives them a prescription and tells them these are the side effects. They take the prescription. They accept that that is the consensus of medicine and that this authority is speaking on behalf of the consensus to say, for your pathology, this medicine is required. If people want to go online, research the pills, find alternatives and whatever, they are more than welcome to, but it is not required. To be rational, all you have to do is say, I have gone to an accredited doctor, I have given my symptoms, and I have received the pills. Even if you're skeptical, you could go to a second and a third doctor. You're going to appeal to the consensus authority of those doctors to then go, okay, I'll take my pills.
Fun fact, it's actually irrational to do research on your own. People who do research on their own usually get it wrong. And so trusting the experts is actually more rational than doing research on your own.
I, of course,
Example, Neff.
TJump, I take issue with your way that you're showing, how you're showing scientific realism to play out, but this might not be the right place for the conversation and people are going to misunderstand it. So perhaps later or another time I'd like to point it out.
Right. So the doctor's going to give you the medication. He's also going to give you the list of all the side effects. Right?
Sure.
Yeah, that's what I said. I specifically said that they would involve consent with a list of side effects, yes. But what they aren't going to do is explain to you the molecular structure. Right, so it might make your condition worse. What they aren't going to do is explain to you the molecular structure of it and how it works and what the science was that came to that detail, and you need not ask that.
Let Quantum
science
ask
is
his question.
fallible.
So it might make it worse, but the percent chance of making it worse is significantly lower than the percent chance of making it better.
Oh, that's just an arbitrary thing that you're saying. It would depend on each case specifically.
No, that's literally the
on what
opposite of
medication
arbitrary.
that it is.
That's literally the opposite of arbitrary. The whole point of medications is that it has a higher probability of making you better.
Have you ever heard like there's lies, there's damned lies, and then there's statistics, right? Because people aren't statistics. So if one person takes a medication that works for other people and that person gets sick or ill, I mean, it's just a demonstration that what it's believed that medication does isn't necessarily the case, or it may not be accurate fully.
No,
you just give the.
I'm just saying that there's a limit, and we should have skepticism of doctors and people who wear lab coats and know the truth.
Look,
because they're just like priests in previous times, which was like what I was saying.
You just gonna preach and monologue.
So Quantum brings up an interesting point.
Sorry that you can't pay attention.
Quantum, you bring up an interesting point that you're right that the medication that we give to people isn't particularly designed for each individual, because we can't measure each individual. What we can do is we can measure trends in populations and try to generalize from those trends. If we could literally measure each and every individual and specifically design drugs for each and every individual, yes, that would be better, but we can't do that. But that does not mean we can be skeptical of the medication, because you also don't have any way to specifically design medication for yourself. So the best evidence we have that anyone has, that the experts have, that you have, that anybody has, is that this general drug that applies to the vast majority of people will most likely work for you. And so it's not rational to be skeptical because you have no better source of information available.
No, it's specifically rational to be skeptical because everything that is concentric circles outside of your particular investigation, even if you just believe in materialism with your 5 sense reality, represents a horizon to your certainty about whatever you're being told.
That wasn't the question.
So you yourself have to be a scientist to actually prove every single thing.
Quantum.
Would you please get off your soapbox?
What's a quantum? The question was, is if there's a drug.
Chrome. Okay, I don't know. You've given yourself over to demonic boomerism, whatever.
Okay,
you
stop.
can reject God, that's cool. But
quantum question.
That's not what everybody else is doing.
Quantum. So the question was, is if there's a drug and this drug works at some rate in the population and the doctor gives you the drug, are you rational to be skeptical of the drug, or are you rational to believe it has this % chance of working on you? Now, if all of the evidence we have is just how the drug works on the population, what you would need to be rational to be skeptical is some new evidence, some new access to new information that nobody else has to give you a reason to be skeptical that the data of this drug applying to you would be different from the population. The same thing applies to
I would just have to reject the evidence that they're offering to begin with because I am not the source of those findings, right?
Right, but
so
that's not
like
rational.
Earlier when we were talking about that question of who vets the those who do peer review, it's the same question, right?
But why do you think that's
somebody
rational?
can give me a sheet of paper that says this medical product works with whatever amount of accuracy on this population. I still don't personally know that, so I'm engaged in a risk if I enter into, if I consent to that medical operation or those drugs or whatever it is.
Yeah,
that would just be being intellectually honest about it.
Is it rational to say the doctor is wrong and you're going to be skeptical?
It is.
Why?
I just explained it to you. Because there's limits to your certainty as to what you're being presented with.
So
and you can't escape that. So at a point you enter into a faith commitment where you say, I guess that probably it's true. They're wearing a lab coat. They're talking fancy. Probably I should take this drug that they're handing me. No, that's basically what it is. It's just that you guys euphemize it and you try to make it out to seem more legitimate than it actually is.
No. So if you can compare the results, how often is the doctor right? How often is the doctor wrong? And the doctor's right.
That's so many levels of a fallacious
correct.
argument, bro.
We've
already established that is a fallacious argument.
No, that's basic induction. I don't know why you think that's fallacious. It's just induction.
Wait, but Quantum, would you go to like a doctor's in like Romania if like, or that's a bad example, in like let's say a less well-off country, if time and time again they were wrong, they did like bad surgeries, things like that, would you go to that doctor's just because they're wearing the lab coat and appear to look like a doctor?
Of course not.
Yeah, so clearly like the thing influencing you is part of the success rate, not just what they're wearing and the appearance they seem to give off and the fancy words. Clearly it's something more than that. Like success, like the success rate of
you're completely ignoring reliability.
The more fundamental point that I'm trying to convey is that you never have perfect certainty. You can only claim to.
No one does.
Yeah, pretty much everyone in the room agrees with that, Quantum. But here's what bugs me: us looking at this authority thing in a vacuum. We're doing this like we don't have this huge history of science coming through for us. Like we have planes and iPhones and all this crap. Like I think we have, like, as a normal person, like TJump said, enough evidence to at least like have some confidence in them, right?
I'd like to address the peer review thing, but I don't know if that's a rabbit hole that people aren't interested. But this constant thing of who peer reviews the peer review is just somebody who doesn't know how peer review works.
Explain the absolute science of it.
Generally, it's not even science, right? It's admin. Generally speaking, the way that peer review works is that it has several key facets in order to work properly, which is why you have tiering of journals. And the journals that are mid to high tier always have, number one, anonymized peer reviewers, so that the people who are peer reviewing can't be bribed or can't be gotten to. Second of all, multiple peer reviewers, depending on what the topic is. If it's going into a C-level journal with something mundane, like we reacted these two things and we didn't find anything and there's no conclusion, you're likely going to only have one peer reviewer. If it's going in a top-tier Nature journal on the front page, you're going to have over 10 peer reviewers, all anonymized and all from the field. They are built to be competitive. Their goal is in order. Their goal is to show that the work isn't the case because they are working in the field and would like to make the discoveries themselves. It is a competition, and peer reviewers are disincentivized from accepting papers, right? Depending on the field that
those,
they're in.
you're failing to see that those very people who apparently, according to you, have a benevolent reason for doing it, they're still fallible in their research capabilities, etc., because by the nature that they're human beings. So you haven't solved the problem at all. All you did was try to claim that they have some positive motivation and that they can't be bribed or something.
I didn't say they have positive
motivation.
They have negative motivation, not positive. Their goal is not to prove the thing correct.
Do you have access to their minds? Do you have access to their minds? No,
yes,
you don't.
I have access.
You're a liar.
I do. I do. I have access to the system and how the system is set up to work and what it incentivizes.
Do you have access to the understanding of each of those people's motivations?
Mayo, I think there's an easier way to explain this. So, like, if you're asking, like, if you use a whetstone to sharpen a knife and you're asking, well, who sharpens the whetstone? Well, the knife is also sharpening the whetstone. They're grading against one another. So in peer review, the process itself is self-correcting. It causes itself to be self-peer reviewed because of the way it works. And the way it works is that any new idea that comes in from any direction, if it supersedes or challenges other ideas and it makes novel predictions and it works, and somebody else checks it and finds out it works, then that now revolutionized the entire process. That's all that's required.
And just one last thing, and I'll drop talking about it. I mean, it also is a case of peer reviewers reviewing the peer reviewers. When somebody is submitting to, say, Nature AI, where I happen to know the editor, right? The person that does the peer review, their peer review is reviewed 3 times by others because it is in the top tier journal.
It could be reviewed infinite numbers of times. It doesn't mean that they've gotten to the truth of what it is.
Yeah,
it does because you don't.
This is just hyper skepticism taken to like the nth degree.
Exactly.
No, this is necessary skepticism.
No, there's a level
plenty
at
of time
which.
to talk, buddy. Yeah, so all this is just an appeal to infallibilism. I see this all the time, right? Everybody here is admitting that science is fallible and that we are fallible when we're looking at science, right? That's not the issue here. If that's your standard, that's not a reasonable standard. You couldn't even navigate and cross the street on a standard like that.
Yeah, the point of the appeal of science is reliability, right? Science works; it produces results.
And science doesn't proclaim that things are true or absolutely true. Science only proclaims that these are the best understandings of the moment and liable to change. Right. Holding the standard of truth is ridiculous to a field that doesn't even proclaim to find truth in that sense.
Right, which is why most people who talk about science don't engage in actual science, because most of you don't admit that this process, you're not engaged in actually that scientific process because you don't begin with so much skepticism. You're already saying that you defer to authority figures on these things when you don't conduct the quote-unquote science yourself.
Actually,
I'm just saying that's not accurate.
Here's the problem.
I'll agree with Quantum. I want to agree with Quantum really quick. Quantum, I agree with you. When you have your bespoke definition and no one else holds to it, you are right that no one else is holding to your bespoke definition.
It's also true that no one cares, though.
Well, I would say, Quantum, you're free to criticize all you want. But if you have a more reliable method, I would love to see it.
Nobody cares about your proprietary definition.
I care. I care. I want to know its proprietary definition.
But just in, the purview of context, you want to know the actual argument more, of course.
I think his definition is going to be more funny.
Well, as it stands right now, this is still the most robust system we have, and I'm still waiting for someone to produce a more robust system.
Okay, I'll give you the proprietary definition and we can move on and you'll be happy, TJump. Here's the definition. Science is only methods that produce absolute certainty.
Cogito. Cogito is science.
Cogito is science, and I, myself, am the physical body of fucking science.
But yeah, I do think it would be funny if he gave an actual definition of what he thinks is required for science, because I think it would sound very much like that. I think it would be very funny. I'm going to go to the Heathen Hangout thing now. See you guys.
Our panel on our Discord stage to convince us that one or more deities exist. So we're here with our panel, who I'm going to introduce now. We start off with Amy Newman. She's known for her trademark slogan, Sending Love. She's a professional comedian and skeptic who hosts debates, interviews, and conversations on her YouTube channel. She also creates educational and other important content. Her YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Amy Newman. TJump, or TJump, is an atheist philosopher who hosts conversations with professors, philosophers, and other academics about topics ranging from biology and physics to religion and morality and so on. TJump's YouTube channel is at youtube.com/TJump. J. Mike is one of the co-hosts of the Talk Heathen show, and he joins us from time to time as well. Jefferson Spatchcock is an atheist inquisitor and intellectual who has particular expertise in analyzing and reviewing debates. His YouTube channel is available in the YouTube video description. J.L. Warren is an atheist activist, educator, and entertainer. He runs the Bridge the Divide YouTube channel, where he addresses irrational beliefs, the irrational behaviors that often follow, the societal divides they create, and how those divides can be bridged with education, rationality, and reason. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/JLWarren. I'm Randolph Richardson, an atheist from British Columbia, Canada. I'm the founding president of the Canadian Atheists, and I'm an advocate for freedom, fair justice, and critical thinking. You can find out more about the Canadian Atheists at canadianatheists.ca, that's the website, and my YouTube channel is at youtube.com/Randolph Richardson. IX is a Tom Unboxes subscriber and former atheist community of Discord admin who enjoys long walks through evolutionary biology-inspired computer science, archaeological, academic, biblical criticism, and so on. Jack Burton is a self-described middle-aged, college-educated nobody who drives the Pork Chop Express truck in his spare time. He's a deist and mostly non-committal to philosophical stances. Peter de Tucker is an atheist from the Netherlands who handles the production of various YouTube channels, including Aaron Ra's channel, and generously contributes his professional artistic skills for free to atheists all around the world. His YouTube channel is at youtube.com/GonnaGoForIt. Taco, our organizer, is a #1 Discord debater who has never lost a Discord debate in his life. Thank you, everybody, for joining us, and thank you to everybody on the panel for being here. Did anybody have any burning points you wanted to make before we started our program?
I think we should do intros last at the end when most people are here or to actually listen and potentially care. Do intros at the beginning kind of waste because there's only like 10 people in the audience when we first start.
You can do it at the start and the finish. It's not a big deal. So we've got Prax, Pred. I don't know how to say that, but he wants to come up and talk with us about there being a potential simulation that's not necessarily a god existing, right? But it sounds pretty interesting.
Hey guys, Freya Pooty.
Good morning, Peter. So, I guess Pax might be a little busy at the moment. He was interested before the show started, so if that's the case, we could move on to another person. Yeah. Hello, Amy.
Talk with them later.
Is Randolph cutting out for anybody every like 15 seconds or so?
A little bit. He's cutting out a little bit for me.
Oh, Tangelo, fix that. You need to go push to talk, man. I'm going to invite you back up. Make sure you're push to talk.
Thanks, TJump. Oh, it looked like Godless Girl is wanting to come up. Shall we bring her up?
Sure.
Good morning, Godless Girl. How are you?
Muted.
Yeah, your microphone's muted, as TJump just pointed out. How are you, Godless Girl? Welcome, and thank you for joining us. Okay, I guess.
Sorry, I couldn't figure out how to unmute.
Well, we can hear you now. How are you doing?
Okay, how are you guys?
Pretty good, pretty good. So, you're godless, which means you're not a theist. Did you have some perspective you'd like to share with us?
Yeah, well, I'm really critical of other atheists, though. I debate them more than I do theists. My ears perked up when I heard that Taco thinks he never lost a debate. Is that like just a joke, or is that true?
The world may never know.
I think it's meant to be tongue in cheek. So,
no, it's completely legit, 100% factual, unquestionable, objective truth.
I thought once again, the world may never know.
Otherwise, an atheist challenging Taco, and it's not really the purpose of the stage.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So, how would you guys respond to somebody who is saying they were a deist, but it's not like rationally justified? They're just believing it because of some intuition.
If they're intellectually honest about it, then there's not a problem.
So you wouldn't have an argument against it?
No.
Well, it's unfalsifiable. So it's just, if they believe in it and they're holding to it as an emotional appeal, they're aware of that. They're intellectually honest about it, and they're not running around making assertions about reality that everybody else should believe in it. Then they're allowed to believe whatever they want to believe, just as long as they're intellectually honest about it. That's cool.
Oh, okay. I thought somebody would have, at least one of you would have some kind of objection to it. But just because something is unfalsifiable doesn't mean that you can have like an a priori argument against something.
Well, I can tell you the objection I would have is if they're trying to impose those beliefs on others. And because I'm very much in favor of people having intellectual sovereignty, as I like to call it. So, but I don't think that really addresses your question, does it?
Well, I thought you guys would try to argue that somebody couldn't rationally hold that belief.
Well, it's irrational, yes, but
it's
as long
irrational
as they're aware,
or irrational.
It's irrational. It is not rational. It is irrational. So they can hold that. You can hold an irrational position as long as you're aware that it's irrational, and you can accept that. If you're intellectually honest about it, then there shouldn't be a problem there.
I don't think it would be irrational.
Yeah, that's what I would want an argument for, because I don't think it's irrational. I think it's just irrational when you believe something because of an intuition in the absence of a defeater.
Right. So I think it'd only be irrational if they claimed to have evidence that they didn't, or something along those lines. If their beliefs were not proportional to the evidence that they claim to have. If they just choose to believe based off intuition and don't claim to have any evidence, then that's not irrational. They're just choosing to believe, and that's fine.
Okay, so TJump agrees with me, but JL Warren does not. He thinks it's irrational. Do you have an argument that it's irrational, JL?
It's not rational?
Yeah, it's irrational, like I said. Irrational with an A.
Okay, then it's irrational.
Oh, you're backpedaling?
I don't care.
It's irrational.
I don't care. Because this is not the purpose of the stage.
You don't care if you backpedal? Okay.
But I would just point out that there's no evidence that a mind can exist without a brain, and all the current evidence actually points to the fact that you need a brain, a physical, natural brain to have a mind.
It's not backpedaling, Godless. I'm just giving you what you want so you can go away.
Oh, okay. I don't have to be on stage if you don't want me here.
Cool.
I love everybody. Mwah.
All right. Thanks for coming up. A friend of mine, Neil Spirits, is in the audience. I was PMing him here. I think he might want to come up. I'm going back and forth with him right now, but he has a lot of experiences with ghosts and spirits, so I think that would be a fun one if he'll come up.
experience with ghosts and spirits. Now that's, I'm assuming that's not just Halloween.
Are we talking like
I went to Valley Fair with him.
experience, or are we talking Demi Moore experience, or are we talking like Ray Stantz experience?
I don't know exactly. That's why I'm saying I'd like to have him up here because that seems like a very, very interesting topic. I saw him on the audience, and he's got some cool graphs even.
The TJump, you recently were in a debate with Kent Hovind, as I understand. How do you think that went?
That was interesting. It was so close to like a really fun debate, but he kind of weaseled out of it because the debate was testable predictions, and he didn't really understand that in science, testable predictions isn't just literally predicting anything about the future. Like I could predict that in 5 seconds I'm going to pick my nose, and if that happens, clearly that's not evidence of anything in science. No one cares. What people care about in science is novel testable predictions, things that we don't know about yet. But he kind of evaded that topic as much as possible, desperately.
I watched that debate, and so
Me too.
I was really curious, Tom. What did it say in the email that the title of the debate was? Because I know for a fact that you have to pin him down on a topic. If you don't do that meticulously, he's going to run away from it.
Oh, I didn't set it up. So it was Donnie, Standing for Truth, set it up. So I wasn't a part of that.
Yeah, what confused me is that apparently there's a series and it's the same topic for every debate, according to Kent.
I'm surprised. I mean,
I don't think
TJump, did you get a chance to see McKinnon Mitchell's documentary on Hovind?
He literally said
maybe, I don't know,
that he wasn't required to defend his position.
Well, yeah, I don't think Kent has multiple debate strategies. He has one debate strategy and he just repeats the same strategy over and over again, no matter what you do with the title.
Yeah.
Okay, guys, we just have brought up a guest, Zeet. I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. Welcome. How are you doing?
Zeit.
Zeit. Thank you for correcting me, Zeit. How are you doing today, Zeit?
No. Zeit. Starting with a T. Zeit.
Well,
okay. Zeit has disappeared.
He was offended.
Well, thank you for joining us. Oh, he wants to come back.
I think it was his time.
And if anybody else would like to come chat with us, feel free to raise your hand and we'll get you in the queue.
The letter is fine.
Hello. Hello, welcome.
Hello.
What you got for us today?
You can begin your arguments.
The floor is yours.
Okay, so we've got Jordan and Q, so we'll go ahead and chat with Jordan here. What's going on?
Good morning, Jordan.
Good morning to you guys as well.
What you got for us today?
I apologize if I'm not very experienced in this topic, but one of the arguments, although by philosophers is not really that many have found that convincing, one that's been influential for me is like the moral argument for God. And the reason why I see it as convincing is because when I look at things like moral naturalism or moral particularism, I generally usually assume moral realism is like the default position that most people have, because we don't believe usually that morality is subjective, that there must be like some sort of explanation for that, and the way to account for that objectively would be a moral lawgiver, because it always seems really intuitive to me, like an objective moral law would need an objective moral lawgiver. And I know people would like to object, isn't that God's opinion? Well, if he is sovereign, then he would be the foundation of such principles. So just wondering.
So if there is an objective moral, then it should be independent of a mind, I would think. And so, what would justify classifying it as objective when it is issued by a deity who obviously has a mind, a god or a goddess? I'm wondering how you justify that, because it seems to me that like the laws of nature, laws of physics, and whatnot seem to be just an emergent property of reality, and so and they're objective. So if the moral laws that you're talking about are, and maybe you can give an example of a moral law that would work for this, but I'm interested in seeing how it would be. Kind of an emergent property of reality, I guess, part of reality. It should be, I think, independent of there being any deities.
If I can add to that just a little bit. So I agree morality is subjective, but why not think morality being objective as a law of nature rather than a law given by a mind, like a law of legal system?
Thank you, TJump.
We also just to piggyback on that, we also understand that moral concepts being subjected to individuals, to groups, to societies, to nations, to the world in and of itself. That we understand that these things they derive from our empathy, from our ability to empathize with other people, formation of mirror neurons and the like. And of course, these are empathy and our ability to connect with the people, our ability to love. These were positively selected traits because they were. They supported our survival. And so as human beings evolved over the past 2 million years, that we developed these, and because connecting or cooperative action and empathy would allow us to survive better than selfish action. And so we would typically ostracize those individuals that worked against the group. We'd kick them out, which means that they would not breed and spread those genes. And then those individuals who were more inclined to be empathetic with their fellow human beings were a part of the group. They passed their genes on. And so we artificially selected for our own empathy as we were protecting our group as a survival mechanism. And so, and from our ability to empathize with others is where morals stem from, is where these moral considerations stem from. So we understand this as a product of our evolution.
And instead of making a statement, I'll give it back over to Jordan to answer it. But I do want to know afterwards just questions about hell if we are going to talk about the moral argument. But feel free to respond to anything those three gentlemen said.
I apologize if I can't get to all your objections. They all seem like they're very worth considering. If I just don't remember them all. But if I were to just look at this in order, people spoke, I think Randolph pointed out morality isn't an objective morality. Wouldn't seem like it would be dependent on a particular mind, and I think that there's some substance to that. And I think when I've talked to a lot of theists.
Sorry, can I just clarify? What I did say, maybe I'm misunderstanding you, but what I did say was, it seems to me if it's going to be objective, it would be independent of a mind, is the wording that I used, like the laws of nature. So the moral laws would be the same thing, emergent properties of reality, regardless of whether there's a deity. And that's kind of what I was getting at.
Fair point. I'm sorry if I misrepresented you.
No problem, man. No problem.
Regardless of that, I think in my experience, when I've asked this question, people usually ground the moral properties as like the essence of God or in his properties. So it's not just based on the mind, but on like the divine. They're often referred to as like transcendental categories or properties of God. And what I've experienced, people will usually ground that to say that, oh, well, it's not like he's making a decision. It's in his essence in which we can derive that these laws are given. And if I were to move on to, I think it was TJump.
Can I just respond to that? Can we break the laws of physics? They seem to be consistent. We don't seem to be able to do that. We seem to have to be working within those laws. So, and they seem to be objective. If that's also the case, we have objective morality, then I would expect logically this to be the same. We would not be able to violate these moral laws, and yet people are violating what people consider to be moral laws, like not murdering other people, not stealing from people, not vandalizing property, and things like that.
Well, that's a good point. Though I think what I'm just going to appeal to a distinction David Hume made, is that there just seems to be a distinction when we look at the laws of physics between is claims when we're describing the world versus describing an ought. Like there seems to be a difference between the claims that someone is murdering another person versus you ought not murder that other person. They seem to be like they're categorically different. So in that sense, it doesn't seem like you could derive like a statement that's just a fact describing it versus like those ought statements. So that's why I would probably just draw that sort of distinction, because how would you derive any sort of moral claim? Say that someone goes up and kills another man. How would you derive that is good or that is bad from just looking at the empirical facts about the situation?
In the science fiction story I'm writing, I've been working on this since the 1980s in my spare time. I'm working on a lot of things. There's one planet where there's a society of assassins where killing people, killing other. They're alien species, but I'll just call them people for simplicity. Killing other people is not considered to be immoral. There's certain situations where it's not acceptable, but most of the time it's something that can happen. They've got a huge overpopulation problem there. They multiply like rabbits. So this is part of the solution. So to me, this is the point of this is that there are circumstances where if we're going to use killing another person is actually moral. One thing I can think of is a mercy killing, where somebody is suffering with a terminal illness that is only getting worse day by day and more painful for them, and they want euthanasia. So in my view, it would be moral to kill that person because they're requesting it. And they obviously, and I think, and the reason I mention the terminal illness is just to kind of make it easier for people to consider this thought experiment. There are other situations where people are okay with capital punishment. Now, I'm opposed to capital punishment in its current forms. I think that I do have a suggestion for improving the situation, and I'll just mention this briefly. What it is, and I've written about this, is that with a better solution would be, if you still need capital punishment, to instead make it a life sentence with, after minimum time served, the convicted person can apply to a judge to get the death penalty. So that way it doesn't violate their personal bodily autonomy, and so their human rights would still be respected there. So to me, that would be an improvement. I think the whole problem with incarceration is problematic, though, because a lot of the systems that are out there are punishment based and not rehabilitation focused, and as nearly as much as they should be. But these are, I guess I've covered a number of different examples where we've provided a number of different examples where there's a lot of different views on these subjects. Can you provide an example of an objective moral that you think would be a good one to use as an example in this conversation?
So this is I'll give one. That you should not treat some people as an end, as a means to an end. I think that will just resolve in some sort of like utilitarianism kind of thinking, where you just view people as a means to get some sort of utility or pleasure points, which I think can be kind of arbitrary if you line it up. At least that's what I'm inclined to think. So I think that objective moral law or maxim could be formulated as, you should treat people as ends in themselves, because we're all products of like rational decision makers.
That actually brings up a good way to me to ask questions. Like, first, do you believe in a hell?
I'm curious. Presently, I don't know, to be honest.
Well, I wanted to go back to Randolph brought up a really good point that I kind of like rephrased it when I was talking. Is, if we agree morality is objective, objective meaning it's not up to our opinions, the things that we know of that are objective are like laws of physics, gravity, electromagnetism, weak, strong nuclear forces. Those are objective facts. And so if morality is objective, it seems to make more sense that it's going to be like one of those things, a law of physics, rather than a thing determined by a mind like a God-based morality. So why would we think, if we agree morality is objective, wouldn't it make more sense that it's going to be one of like the law things, like gravity, more than like a law of legal system, like a God-based, God says it kind of a thing?
Well, here's the thing, though. I do treat it as like those laws of physics, and I'm not saying that of it being objective, and that it's purely based off of like a will of God. It's in his very nature, not just a decision. Otherwise, you get problems like the Euthyphro problem. I can't pronounce that right, but
the Euthyphro dilemma.
Yeah. That's how you pronounce it. Anyway, you get situations like that in which it seems like morality can be construed as morally arbitrary. So it seems to me that you would have to phrase morality as a sort of objective, like nature of God, in order to avoid those problems. Is not just dependent on mind; it's about the facts of God's nature.
Well, wouldn't it just be better explained without the God part? Just say it's a nature of reality, like a law of physics. Why do you need why is the God part even included in that sentence?
Well, it's because it's contingent upon his existence, within his nature, and
But Jordan, so just to clarify, just make sure I'm all caught up on your position, is that you're asserting that there is an objective morality, and God is the foundation for that objective morality, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And that you hold to certain moral standards because you get them essentially from God, and that you hold those moral standards to be objective.
Yes.
Okay. But if your God were to command you to do something that was different from that, like if your God commanded you to kill somebody, and you believed in 100% certainty that it was coming from God, despite the fact that you priorly held the moral consideration that you would never do that, if it came from God, then how would you reconcile that?
Well, I think as humans, we're morally fallible in the sense that when we're going throughout our everyday lives, we don't have access to the appropriate knowledge at all the time, versus like God, who has access to all the facts in the world. So I think that's kind of a relevant factor because, like, for example, if you're trying to find out who's like the burglar of, like, someone broke into your shop or something, right? And you see a person who's just coming out and he looks very suspicious, and you want to go and interrogate him, but like somehow God reveals to you that you shouldn't do that, and it's probably part of his plan, and somehow he gets find out because the police are waiting outside, and you didn't have to deal with anything because you're inside, whatever. I think that's kind of a bad example, but what the point I'm just trying to illustrate is that, I think if God were to somehow reveal to me directly those types of messages, I should trust him because of the knowledge he has. Also, due to the fact that I have, that he's omnibenevolent, and an omnibenevolent person couldn't lie.
Okay, but the issue there is that
I was kind of like going somewhere with what I was asking. I'm sure why you keep saying this is evidence of God. Like the reason you brought this up, as you said, one of the potential arguments for God is the moral argument. And my argument, what I said was that why is this evidence of a God? Because I can grant there's objective morality, but if it's objective, that means it probably has nothing to do with the mind. Like you said, it's the nature of God, which it's fine. But then why do you need the consciousness at all? You can just get rid of the consciousness entirely and say it's a law of physics, nature of nature. Why would this morality, why couldn't it be grounded in nature without any mind of any kind related to it whatsoever?
Well, because of the is-ought distinction that I bring up, and I'd have to point out that if it wasn't based in some sort of, single deity, then it seems that morality would be clear in a sense.
Jordan, can I get rid of that is-ought problem? Because you said something very interesting, which is God has all knowledge, and you seem to imply that the more you know about something, the more we can understand this objective morality. And I guess if knowledge is not going to make us more moral, why does God having all knowledge make him more moral?
Well, I mean, if you have more knowledge about something, you're going to have a greater access to know how to act on a certain thing. Because if you treat the morality as laws, if you like, if you're like a lawyer and you know the legal code, you're obviously going to be able to act upon those laws and deliberate more effectively because of your knowledge. I'm not sure. Could you rephrase your question, because maybe I just missed it?
Well, it just seems TJump and I, I'm somewhere in between, but I'm leaning towards a morality and situations that we can objectively understand ethically. But I think we could take a God out of it. I don't understand. In fact, it seems to lie on this being that is all knowledgeable. And I just don't think we have good evidence for that. Nonetheless, I think we can become more knowledgeable in ethical situations, in morality.
Well, if we were just going to go from that premise, I can see how you might want to do that. You'd have to engage with things like the problem of the criterion, which I think is especially potent in epistemology, and it can apply to morality, is that the problem can be phrased as, how do you form a criterion for that? And if you say you put in a criterion, right? Like, just say it's utilitarianism, for instance.
Say it's God's nature.
Then you could just say, what's the criterion for that? And so forth. And I think if you don't have some sort of like objective grounding for your criterion, then it seems that people can disagree about what morality is. And if people can disagree, that means there doesn't seem to be a truth of the matter. If this only is the case if morality is grounded in human beings, for instance, then it seems that disagreement would lead to moral arbitrariness.
Well, so you could apply the problem of the criterion also applies to God. So you can say it's grounded in God's nature, and then we can disagree because we're atheists. That doesn't make any sense. And so the problem of the criterion applies to every model, including the God model. The God model doesn't solve the problem. So that wouldn't actually help your position there. But I think Amy brought up a really interesting point. With the is-ought problem, knowledge is all is. So all is statements. And if God has omniscience and knows all is statements, that still doesn't get you to an ought. So the is-ought problem would mean that his omniscience is kind of irrelevant because it can't get you from any of those ises, and all of his infinite knowledge, they're all is statements, and none of them get you to an ought.
Well, I mean, it just seems like God would have some sort of moral ought, like his. I don't know exactly what part of him would be an ought, but there would be some sort of ought in tribute to God, but I'm currently not really sure in how that would be, like what type of foundation that would take place in.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense to me to say that like ought exists as like a part of God somewhere. Like I don't even know what that means.
It's one of his attributes. We normally say benevolent, omnipotent, or at least in the Western theistic sense. And all the other omnis are attributes of God. I mean, that doesn't seem too out of the ordinary.
Well, oughtness isn't one of those things typically. Oughtness, I don't think can be it's not like a property. It's not even, it doesn't even work that way. I don't know what it means for oughtness to be a property.
Would you consider yourself like a moral anti-realist? And you just
I'm a moral realist. I'm very much moral realist.
I see. Then I'm curious how you would think that moral facts would like manifest themselves, or like the laws of physics.
Yeah, so I think instead of God's nature, it's nature's nature, but I don't think it has like a property of oughtness anywhere. I don't think there's like an oughtness particle hiding. Like I don't think that even makes sense. I think oughtness is a category we label things. Once like you can prove that oughtness isn't a part of morality. Like is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral? Like try to answer that.
Can you say that again? Should you do it because you ought to do it, or you ought to do it because it is moral?
Is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral?
Euthyphro.
No spoilers.
Couldn't either way, like.
Well, no. So the first horn is saying, if you imagine a box that contains all the things that make something moral, oughtness would be one of the things in that box. So it is something moral because you ought to do it. That means oughtness is one of the entailed properties that make something moral. And the second question is, ought you do it because it's moral? That means there's some box and all the set of moral properties are in that box. And once you know that, then you apply this outside property of oughtness that has nothing to do with morality. You're just applying it to the moral things. And to me, the second one seems to make more sense. You ought to do something because you know it's moral. So once you have a set of moral facts or whatever makes something moral and you know what that is, then you can say you ought to do it. But oughtness is never going to be one of those facts.
Let me try and give my thoughts on what the Euthyphro dilemma would look like. I usually interpret it as saying either gods, like he did in Euthyphro, the Plato did. He formulated it as should the gods do something, or is something pious? Because
so just to clarify, what I said literally has nothing to do with the Euthyphro dilemma other than the structure of the argument. So my argument is something moral because you ought to do it, or ought you do it because it's moral? So forget the Euthyphro dilemma.
I'm going to be honest. I don't know, to be honest.
Okay, that's fair. To me, it seems like obvious you ought to do something because it's moral seems to be the correct answer there. So I would say that no, oughtness isn't really a property in morality anywhere. It's something we add on later. But I still wanted to go back to
also if moral determinations can change, or if God determines what moral considerations are, like what moral valuations are, or what the morality is, if God makes that determination and there is a change in that determination, or if there is a change possible in that determination, or if God can change it, then it's subjective to God. So it's subjective to God or it's subjective to human beings. It's one of the two. Because if it was objective, then God would just be appealing to something outside of it. God can't violate the objective morality of the universe. So it's subjective either way. It's subjective to us or it's subjective to God. It's one of the two.
Well, why couldn't it be like, how foundationalists have some non-inferential beliefs? It would be like a sort of non-inferential belief with God being the foundation of morality. There would no be further justifier, because that would be the self-justifying belief. I forget what foundationalists use as the term, but it's basically like self-evident beliefs or something like that.
Well, it doesn't work because, again, it goes back to what I said before. If you want to say that there's some kind of foundation, ultimate foundation that is the ground for morality, you can just say it's nature. You say there is a necessary aspect of nature, a quantum field or something, and it grounds all the laws, and morality is one of those laws. And then the God part is completely arbitrary. It's irrelevant. You don't need it.
That's actually, I want to piggyback off of that, because that's where I was kind of going in the very beginning of this, is that if we have the explanatory model of where our morals come from, and we understand that they are essentially they're derived from our empathy, from the empathy that we have for one another, the empathy that we have evolved over time, because we've artificially selected for that, because it's what aided our survival. So even if we weren't consciously aware of it, we realize cooperative action works, selfish action does not work. So we want people in the group that are cooperative. We want to get rid of the people that are selfish. So we ostracize within the group. Their genes don't get passed on. And so empathy becomes a positively selected trait. So we artificially selected for this. We understand this. It has explanatory power. It explains things. So just saying God is it doesn't offer anything. It's not an explanation. It's simply you're making an assertion about something regardless of the evidence at hand. So if we have this explanatory model of where morality comes from, where morals come from, where moral valuations come from, of where empathy comes from, and we understand this, why do we need a God to explain it?
Well, then and I would have to reject one of your premises that the empathy would be a sufficient explanatory model for morality, because it seems like it can't account for cases, or at least in the evolutionary sense, these evolutionary debunking arguments can't take place or account for situations where it seems like it would be fit for survival, but it would be immoral.
No, sure we do. Evolutionary game theory. Cooperative action leads to more positive results in the long term than selfish action. So selfish action leads to positive results in the short term, but negative results in the long term. If everybody acts selfishly, then the society or the civilization will fall apart. If everybody acts cooperatively, then the society will flourish because we get long-term positive results because of this. We share food, we share shelter, we work together. So we learned this very early on, and the thing that facilitates that is our ability to empathize. But that empathy comes from mirror neuron, and mirror neurons are things that exist in many species, not just us. So we understand this, that mirror neurons are integral to developing empathetic relationships with other people. So through this evolution of mirror neurons and our ability to empathize with other people, we understand and we have an explanation as to where all this comes from. As to where our moral considerations, our moral evaluations, why they are subjective, because they're subjective from individual to individual, group to group, nation to nation, all over the planet. It's all subjective. So we understand this. I'm saying in the face of an explanatory model, why do we need to appeal to something that offers no explanation?
Jordan, I can illustrate this to you, what JL is speaking about. Say you are walking down a street and you have a sandwich, and you notice that a homeless person is on the street, and so what you do is that you split the sandwich in half and you hand it to him and walk away. Now, my question to you is, why did you split that sandwich, and was it God?
Well, I think there could be a numerous different reasons why someone would do that. Like hand a sandwich to someone. It could be for selfish reasons. Like he could want people to recognize him for fame, for approval upon his peers. He could do it because he just wants to help out the guy. And like the empathy that DL Warren was talking about.
But he gave him the sandwich because he looked hungry, right?
I mean, in this hypothetical situation, it could be that or many other causes. Yeah.
Yeah,
sure.
I mean, he's looking at him. He looks like he needs a sandwich. He looks hungry. He's not asking for one, but you decide to do it anyway. It doesn't matter why. It's how did you make the determination that this person was in need? Is because you recognize what need looks like in yourself. And so you empathize with the fact that they are needy, that they are in need. You recognize that. You internalize their experience, mirror neurons, and then you react accordingly. So it's either you reject it, which you can find considerations, which makes, you can subjectively say, no, I don't want to. I'm really hungry and I want to eat my sandwich and he should get a job. Or you can say, no, I have this and I don't need this all of this sandwich, so I'm going to split it. I'm going to give it to him. Or it says, oh, you know what? I wasn't really all that hungry anyway. Have the whole sandwich. Or, hey, oh, look, everybody's looking. I ought to do this because it makes me look good. Doesn't matter. You wouldn't have been able to identify with the other person's plight without those mirror neurons.
So to summarize, they're saying morality is subjective. It's not objective. Therefore, you don't need a God to explain objective morality because there isn't one. That's their argument. My argument is even if morality is objective, that doesn't indicate a God because it can be objective without a God.
And I agree with both those assessments.
Well, that's quite interesting. I'm just wondering, how TJump's view, because he thinks that morality is objective because it's like a fact. At least that's what I think he thinks.
Yes.
How can he account for differing expert intuitions on a certain subject and come to a conclusion regarding that? Because I think that's one of the things that religions often have a better time doing is giving us a more definitive answer in those moral situations. But for example, just take a controversial situation like abortion, right? It's very controversial. There's many arguments on both sides. How would you, in a moral, from a moral naturalist perspective, be able to come to a conclusion based off of radically different expert opinions on the subject.
So it would be like there's a law of physics that is the moral law, and other things contravene on that law. And when the other things are mitigated and are less effective, then the moral law begins to take over. And so as society progresses, if the thing that's preventing us from acknowledging the moral law to its fullest extent is our pragmatic needs, for example, as our pragmatic needs will decrease, then our openness to the moral law will increase and more societies will become more morally inclined. So it's pretty easy to explain a differentiation the same way any laws in physics work. As one law is predominant in one domain, if the domain changes, then the other's law becomes dominant, which causes a gradient. And why, I don't know why you think that God answers that question better, or why religions answer that question better, because as far as I know, they don't have a good answer for that question.
Well, oftentimes they can come through the form of divine revelation, or like the Bible or Quran, or other sorts of guides. But what I'm raising here is some sort of like moral skepticism towards that view, because it seems that even if it were to be true, under like an atheistic type of source or anything, related to that domain, that it would be hard, at least almost impossible, to get moral knowledge regarding specific cases. And if it can't do that, then it doesn't seem to be a good model, because, even practically speaking, as you say, we would want to have those sort of conclusions
Not
in mind.
sure what you're arguing there. So like, I'm saying that our moral intuitions are kind of like our eyes. We see things, they're not always accurate. They are inaccurate many times, but we can still gain knowledge about the world through our eyes. And so the fact that our moral senses would be exactly the same as any of our other senses would make perfect sense. We can gain knowledge in the same way we do for any other senses, essentially. But I don't, like, when we're comparing that explanation to the Bible and the Quran, and people have a bunch of different religions, it seems like the more plausible explanation of what explains moral disagreement is our moral intuitions are like a sense, like eyes, and they're fallible, and they come up with different conclusions. Seems like a much better explanation than there's a whole bunch of different Bibles.
Well, if it's grounded on intuitions, the whole point of bringing up is that then when we look at human experiences, people have differing intuitions. So
yes.
How are we going to decipher about that? Like, with perception, it's a little bit different, because, we're looking out to an objective world that exists beyond our perception. But with like intuitions, like it can get a lot more fuzzy in that realm.
Well, so I'm saying it's exactly like that. So our intuitions are kind of like our eyes. They're trying to sense the moral law. They're trying to see what morality is, just like our eyes are trying to see what the world is. And you do that in varying degrees. Like you have disabilities, like you're blind, people literally can't see. People who are psychopath have that intuition disabled. They don't have a moral intuition. So I'm saying that in the naturalist view, morality is exactly like all of the other senses, and they come in gradients, and you have different opinions, and you have diseases that affect them, and that makes perfect sense. Seems to make a lot of sense, a lot more sense than there's an all-powerful being God, but a whole bunch of different Bibles. That seems to make a lot less sense.
In fact, I would say that we have one less presupposition than theists.
Well, like you have the benefit of parsimony.
Well, I mean, I would, that's a different argument, but yes, I would say all-powerful, all-knowing, all-loving being has infinitely many more assumptions, but it's a different thing.
So, but Jordan, I mean, if you can, I don't know, I kind of wanted, because they never got an answer on that. It was like, but in the face of an explanatory model, why would we need to appeal to something that offers no explanation?
Well, I mean, I think that was a little bit of a loaded question, because obviously,
well, I mean, if you have two options, right? Okay, so I've got option A and option B, and option A maybe fulfill some sort of psychological utility with me or whatever, but it doesn't offer a mechanistic explanation for a phenomena. And then I've got option B that offers a mechanistic explanation for a phenomena. So I'm looking for a reason why this phenomena occurs, and I've got two options. One has the mechanistic explanation, one does not. Why would I favor the one that offers no mechanistic explanation? Why would I do
wouldn't?
That?
You
Exactly.
wouldn't, and Yeah, and but that's not what I'm saying. From my perspective, I'm arguing that there are attributes about like objective moral laws that concern God that can explain some things. Like, because I generally take it as a premise that there are moral duties that kind of transcend, the evolutionary makeup of the mind. Because um, if we're going to consider objective, in my opinion, it shouldn't be dependent upon what anyone else thinks. So
but in your worldview, it's dependent upon what God thinks.
It's not just what he thinks; it's about the fact of the matter regarding his essence or
Yes,
his
but as indicated by the Bible, that can change. When God makes a determination that one group of people should be killed and then other people should not be killed, and the reasons for those are different, then he's justifying murder under certain mitigating circumstances, and then saying murder is not justified under these mitigating circumstances. For example, if you're Jewish, you shouldn't murder your fellow Jews, but if you are someone else, go and murder them. See, that makes it subjective. That's a subjective determination. So, like I said, give me a moral law, give me an objective moral law that doesn't require appealing to an agent.
In terms of if we're talking about moral acts, you could probably argue that this it depends on how you define agent. It's not that simple. Like if we consider animals as agents, when we were talking about, otherwise we'd just be talking past each other.
Well, if an agent is something that can choose, because if something is objective, it is outside of it. Literally, is something that it is true regardless of what you think, feel, or whatever power you have. Okay, you appeal to the objective, and if there's no objective to appeal to, then it's subjective determination. So that's what I'm saying. If these are objective, then God is not appealing to them. Then I'm saying that, but we see the evidence of it, that it is subjective to God. God makes these determinations on the fly. Like, for example, at one point, if God exists, if God actually exists, then slavery was moral at one point and had specific rules set down for it. But now, slavery is not moral. So there was a change there.
Well, even if we take in general principles, I don't think that anyone would dispute the fact that even if there's an objective law that it can differ in some cases, but that doesn't mean it's subjective. Like, for example, even if we have like laws that say you shouldn't kill, there's still like reasonable exceptions to the law that it's still objective. That it is United States law, but you're allowed to kill someone if someone's like murdering your family
that makes it subjective. Unjustified killing is one. There's justified killing and then there's unjustified killing. And a justified killing is within the parameters of the law, and unjustified killing is outside of the parameters of the law. They're both the same action, but that makes the determination of these things of when they're legal or when they're illegal or when they're moral or immoral to be subjective.
And can I actually just ask, Jordan, maybe this will cut to the heart of it. Do you think that something is good because God says so, or is something just good and God says so?
Well, that is that is the word I cannot pronounce ever.
Euthyphro.
Sorry, I just got my retainers in, so it's hard to speak.
Okay, you're good.
Regardless, I think that's a false dichotomy. I think there's more options that can be presented. So, in that, right, instead of like it being independent of God or just a choice, the usual option is to say that it's grounded in His nature, which is a third option that is valid.
Grounded in its nature.
Yeah, I apologize. I have to go. I have to go take a test. I thank you. So thank you guys for the call. I apologize if I wasn't speaking clearly early on.
No problem. You're good, Jordan.
Thank you for coming up.
Jordan, you did great. We really enjoyed the conversation. You brought up a deep and fascinating topic.
Thank you. Have a good day. Bye.
That was a good conversation. Now, feel free to raise your hand if you'd like to join us. Concrete, we see you in queue. Hang on. Aaron? Oh, yes, sir.
I'm just wondering if maybe J.L. Warren, you sound like you're familiar with the Euthyphro dilemma. Would you be willing to talk just briefly about it?
Well, I mean, I know a lot of people in the audience are they're familiar with it. Just saying, all I'd have to say on it is that just saying it's grounded in God's nature doesn't answer the question. That's why it is the Euthyphro dilemma. But ultimately, I think you can derive from it is that morality is either it's arbitrary to either God. If God exists, then morality is arbitrary to it, or if there's no God, it's arbitrary to us. Either way, because if there's an objective standard, then it stands outside of God, and God is merely appealing to that, and then by definition, God is not God. Given the kind of Abrahamic standards of what God is determined to be, so that there's nothing objective outside of it. So. I think a lot of people understand that, but I will just throw out there that just saying morality is grounded in God or grounded in God's nature, that just means it's a subjective determination because God makes the moral determination as to when things should be applied, what things are moral, what things are not moral, and this changes. It moves. It very much seems to adapt to what humans think over time. And that would inherently, that just goes to show that it is inherently subjective, but that's pretty much it. I mean, just throwing out there the objective. I had another theist running, try to do that, say, oh, well, it's grounded in God's nature. That's it. And that's not an answer to it. That doesn't solve the Euthyphro dilemma.
That's a nonsense response that appeals to nothing.
Yeah.
Just imagination.
If I could just
not really. So
oh no, absolutely.
It's a legitimate response to the way the Euthyphro dilemma is phrased and interpreted in one sense. Like the way it's phrased in Socrates' actual work is slightly different than the way we say it, like is something good because God says so, or does God say it because it's good? That phrasing is not a perfect phrasing. It's a generalization. And in that generalization, you can apply this, oh, well, maybe it's God's nature garbage. But the point of the dilemma in Socrates' thing, you're right, it doesn't answer that one, but it does answer the imprecise phrasing of the way that most atheists say it. And so it's usually best to like phrase it slightly differently.
What's the best way to phrase it?
Is something good because of God deems it so, or is it good by something other than God deems it so?
I just want to say it just seems like they want their cake and to eat it too, because it takes things from subjective and objective morality, because arbitrary it would be based on a mind. It would be based on this being, and yet it has somehow an objective quality to it that gets away from every other mind that we know of. Oh, welcome, Aaron.
Yeah, Aaron was messaging me. He wanted to talk about theistic God, kind of, it sounded like. Might be somewhat related to Islam.
As opposed to a non-theistic God?
I said deistic.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, deistic. Where's Jack?
Hey,
Aaron, how's it going?
I'm good, how are you?
Good.
So first I would say I don't mean to be throwing Jordan under the bus here, but I don't think the moral argument really works here because mainly because one, it comes with the presupposition of morality is objective without the evidence of morality being objective. That's a first. And second, it doesn't necessarily naturally follow from objective morality to therefore God exists. I don't think it necessarily follows from that. There's more explanation outside of that.
So but, dare I say you're preaching to the choir?
That's what my argument and Taco's argument were. Those were the two things we both said.
Yeah, I would say I agree with those arguments.
Or JL Warren, Taco, JL Warren, me and JL Warren. That was.
Yeah. I would. So I mean, okay, this is not exactly a conventional way to get this conversation going, but I would. I've heard JL Warren talk a lot, and I wanna. I know that rather than making the whole contingency argument over again, I think we've all heard it. over here. So I want J.L. Warren specifically to explain to me his understanding of the contingency argument, if you don't mind.
Well, could you like give like, is this an argument for God? Could you present it instead of asking him to present your argument? You should probably.
No, I want to basically what the aim of it is just to understand, just to see where we both stand with regards to the argument, just so I can know that, just to see that like if we're on the same page, because other people have made the argument before, we've all heard the argument, but then I just want to see that we're on the same page with regards to the argument, like with what the argument is actually saying, not whether we agree on it.
I don't know about him, but if someone was agnostic to, I mean, this ultimately boils down to a necessary being claim, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And if somebody was, say, agnostic to the necessary being claim, maybe it's a brute fact instead, or something else, right?
Well,
a simulation.
I'd like him to present his version so we actually know what he's talking about.
Yeah. So okay.
Could
so
you prove a necessary?
So Aaron, just to
being?
clarify, you're talking about everything is either necessary or contingent. That things are either necessary or contingent, and because since not every being can be contingent, it follows that there must be a necessary being upon which all things are contingent, right?
It's more like it's more like by virtue of the existence of contingent beings, there cannot be only contingent beings. There must also be a necessary existence upon which those contingent existence.
So I hold that the argument for contingency doesn't get you to God because there's no logical contradiction in infinite regress. That you could have an infinite regress of contingency.
So you're essentially saying that there can be an actualized infinite.
Yes,
absolutely.
That is logically possible.
Yeah, there's no logical contradiction there. So
how's
some type of physical substrate?
I don't see how there can be an actualized infinite.
Because Aaron, there's no logical contradiction there.
No, I would argue there is a logical contradiction in saying that there can be an infinite regress.
What is it?
Okay, let me put it this way. Could I ever get to this point in time if I had to wait an infinite amount of time before getting to this point in time?
It's not a logical contradiction.
How's that a logical contradiction?
It's not a logical contradiction is P and not P. So in order to say that there's a logical contradiction with a past infinite, you're going to need to show which property in the past infinite is logically contradictory, as in it literally the thing exists and does not exist at the same time.
So no, I'm saying this point in time exists, right?
Yeah,
I'm saying it is impossible for it to have been. Go ahead.
Aaron, for example, whole numbers go forever in either direction, right? But 6 still follows 5, and 4 still precedes 5.
Mm-hmm.
So those are there. Okay, you can still have a number chain and still get to 5, and still get to 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. So there's no logical contradiction for there to be an infinite number chain and us simply be at 5, 6, or 7, and so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no logical contradiction there.
I'm not saying. Okay, here's what I'm not arguing against that. In abstraction, it is possible for there to be there is an infinite number of potential outcomes, let's say, or there's a potential infinite, right? Infinity can manifest potentially, but it cannot manifest actually. It cannot be in the physical world.
Yes, it can.
That's the argument I'm making.
The universe could go on eternally, and yet we could still have a finite beginning with the Big Bang.
Wait, so you need to show
then that means it's not infinite. If there was a beginning for it, there isn't.
You need to show the logical contradiction. There is no logical contradiction with a past eternal infinite. Even if, like you say, the present moment exists. If the B theory of time is true, there's a past infinite and the present moment exists. If there's a way to a variation method in order to skip different interval times, the present moment can exist and there can still be a past infinite regression. There's no logical contradiction with there being a past infinite regression and the present moment existing. The only way that would be impossible is if you must necessarily go through every single point in time sequentially from the beginning And even so, there's still going to be a present moment at some point.
And that's why...
Which means it cannot be infinite.
No, it can be infinite.
And so that's why the argument for contingency, that all things are contingent except for this one thing, that doesn't work. You need to be able to... So if all things are contingent, except for one thing, you're just special pleading this one thing out in order to justify the argument. So, because there's no logical contradiction, in an infinite regress, then that's the best explanation we have given the evidence we have at hand.
Well, I want to understand the point that you just made.
Special pleading something because you're special pleading something out in order to basically end the chain.
Well, I want to understand something before that. So you're saying that I'm essentially making an exception for the necessary existence, right? In that it is not contingent. Is that the point of the argument you just made, or have I misunderstood?
No, it's because the argument for contingency relies upon special pleading.
How so?
Because you're special pleading God. Everything is contingent except for God.
Yeah, I'm saying that occurs by necessity.
Okay.
Because everything is contingent.
But you're simply defining God as that.
How do you get from a physical
necessity?
I'm concluding. Okay.
No, I haven't mentioned God at all. I'm just making the case for a necessary.
But that's what the argument goes to. But the whole point is that you cannot eliminate the possibility of an infinite regress because an infinite regress is not logically contradictory.
And I'm making the case that it is logically contradictory.
And you're wrong.
You're defending some type of atheist or non-atheist view right now, but I'm more interested in how Aaron would go to God and how he would get from like a physical necessity to some type of God, right? Like Grandmoppy poses some type of like physical necessity, right? But like, how do you get from that to God? Because that's a big step.
Yeah, and even if it was a God, even if it was a God, that God could still be contingent on a previous God. And that God could still be contingent upon a previous God.
Then that, by definition, is not God. Then
you'd have
by definition that is not God because
you just have an infinite regress of God. Which technically, if God is eternal, that's what that is. Because God would have to eternally exist. God would have to eternally exist into the past before God arrived at the moment of creation. So there is no logical contradiction from either direction. We're just saying that there's insufficient evidence to warrant belief in a God, and you're special pleading by basically saying God is the stopping point. Everything is contingent except for God.
No, everything is necessarily contingent upon God.
Well, Aaron, can I ask? I have a claim. I believe that God is contingent on humans, and that's where all the evidence lays. How would we know the difference between God being contingent on humans or humans being contingent on God?
I don't understand how God would be. Can you clarify that, please?
Sure. So if we were to eliminate all human minds, Yahweh would no longer exist because he only exists in our minds. And so if you were to eliminate all humans, God would cease to be. He's contingent on us.
Okay, is that in line with the idea that perception is reality?
Perception is reality? I don't know. I don't know why you'd make a one-word definition, like perception equal reality. No, perception is perception, reality is reality.
Okay. I just wanted to clear that up. Wait, so you're saying that... Okay, so you're saying assuming that the contingency argument is true and that necessary existence exists and that there is God, right?
How do we tell the difference between both contingencies? You're saying we're contingent on God. I'm saying God is contingent on us. How can we tell who's right?
Okay, let me just clarify this just so I can understand it better. So you're saying that you're putting the contingency relationship aside for further questioning, but you're saying, let's say hypothetically there is God, right?
No, I'm saying I'm not saying hypothetically. I'm saying God doesn't exist. We create him in our mind. And so if humans don't exist, God wouldn't exist. Just like any other fictional character that we create.
Yeah, that presupposes that we do create God in our minds.
It does. How can we tell the difference between you presupposing that God just creates us?
I don't understand.
I mean, I don't know how else to tell you. Like, do you think, how about this? Do you think that Thor and Odin would still exist if humans did not exist?
I'm saying Thor and Odin don't actually exist. I'm making the case that
You're
God actually
starting to
exists.
understand the atheist position.
And we are saying that God, the
No, I understand what the atheist
Add
position
one
is.
more god. Add one more god.
Aaron, and in the category of gods that human beings have created, the
Yep.
Abrahamic God is a part of that category. And
I'm making the case that it isn't.
there is no way to determine that is not true.
No, I'm arguing that it isn't, though. I'm arguing that God objectively exists, necessarily exists. That's what I'm trying to argue right now. I'm saying that God objectively and necessarily exists, whereas all the other ones don't.
To do that,
I don't think that.
No, but Aaron, in order to do that, you have to show how the impossibility of that. You have to show how it can't not be
impossibility of the contrary.
Because the infinite regress is not logically contradictory, it still holds as a valid conclusion.
Well, you could just present a contradictory position, right? So you could be like, Aaron, so that's impossible because the physical necessity exists.
Sorry, could you just reiterate that?
Yeah, I'm saying, how do you get from the physical necessity? I presented a contradiction. The physical necessity exists. You're saying it's God. You're saying the necessary being is God. I'm saying it's some type of physical substrate.
I'm saying, okay, it's impossible for it to be physical.
Well, that's impossible because it is physical.
It's impossible for it to not be
necessary
physical.
existence?
Yes, it's impossible for it to not be physical. It must be physical.
Well, you're saying the necessary existence must be physical.
Yes,
absolutely.
It is impossible for it to not be physical.
I'm saying it's an impossibility because something that is
that's impossible because it has to be because it is.
No, I'm saying a physical something that is physical is contingent upon the parts that it's formed by.
No.
And that contradicts the whole idea of the necessary existence.
No.
Necessary existence cannot be contingent.
Quantum fields are not composed by anything.
Well, it would be necessary, not contingent. So there's no contradiction. It just contradicts your view. That's why you aren't understanding it.
It would be necessary. What would be? Could you just like rephrase that?
Yeah, it's the necessary existence, like a necessary being, but it's more like a necessary substrate, if you will, whatever the physical substrate is, whether it be quantum fields, energy, whatever that ultimate physical substrate is, where it can no longer be further broken down. That would be the physical substrate. That would be, or quantum fields, whatever it ends up being. That is the physical necessity that exists. And you're saying it's something else. And we're saying that's impossible because that already exists.
No, I'm saying it's impossible for it to be physical. I'm saying it's impossible for the necessary existence.
That's impossible because it's physical. It necessarily has to be physical.
Let him finish. Let him finish. So
I don't understand. What do you mean it has to be physical? Why would it have to be physical?
Because physical is all that exists.
That's a presupposition. You don't know that.
Yours is also a presupposition. And you don't know that.
Which part? What do you mean? Which one's a presupposition?
That physical things can't be necessary, or physical things need parts that God can be is not.
No, that's just a fact. If something
presupposition.
If there's an existence that's physical, okay, that physical thing is contingent. Do we agree on that?
No, that's your presupposition. Nowhere in physics does it say that.
Why is it not contingent?
Science.
It has parts upon which it depends.
It can't be contingent if it's necessary. It's the definition of necessary.
There's nothing.
I'm saying it's not necessary.
There's nothing.
But you're wrong. You're just saying that.
There's nothing.
How am I wrong?
There's nothing in any branch of physics or science that necessarily states that anything that is physical must be contingent. In fact, contingent isn't even a property in any science field at all.
I'm not making. That's the thing. I'm not making the case from a naturalist worldview.
Right.
So
I know.
Here's the problem. Look, here's the problem with viewing things as everything is physical. That is that is not even a scientific view at all. So you're applying the scientific method to absolutely everything that could possibly exist.
I don't think so. The point here is we're mirroring your argument. We're saying that if you want to say that something is necessary, you can say whatever you want is necessary. We can say a physical thing is necessary. You can say a supernatural thing is necessary. We can say a physical thing has no parts. You can say a supernatural thing has no parts. There's no evidence for either of those. They're both equally ad hoc nonsense claims that we're just asserting out of our butts.
And I
No,
just
I'm saying that based
on natural
but I've
is matter
had
and energy.
I'm saying that
so
comes
we
off
can
the back of a
have-
whole. Sorry, was it?
Well, no, I just want to put, as far as natural goes, we have matter and energy. So non-physical things could be maybe our thoughts as electrical currency, but it's still energy in a physical world.
That's not what he means by non-physical.
That is true. But I'm saying you don't know that everything that exists is physical.
Yes, and
Can
you
we
don't
at
know that
least
there
agree
is a
on that?
supernatural.
Yeah, well, you could just provide one non-physical thing, and then we can all agree.
No, I don't.
Because
No,
right now, none of us agree with you.
I'm not in a position where I have to prove that something that is non-physical.
Then we can just say no. It's only physical.
I'm saying
there's no non-physical.
No, can you say that? How can you verify that everything that exists must be physical?
Because that's the only thing that exists.
It's the only thing that you know exists, but can you say that it's a fact that everything that exists must be physical?
So the argument is that you are asserting that something is necessary. We can assert that something else, something different is necessary. Just like you can't prove that God is necessary because you're just making it up. We have the same lack of ability to prove things are physically necessary. So just like what you're claiming about ours, we can't prove that there's a necessary physical thing. You can't prove there isn't, and you can't prove God is.
But okay, look, that's the whole point of the argument that I'm making here. But then you're just throwing it out here, without regarding the argument.
We're
that came before.
taking your argument and using it for a different conclusion. So we're using exactly your same argument for physicalism.
Mm-hmm.
So your argument, either it works for both or it works for neither.
When did I argue that?
No, that's my argument. So you are arguing for a necessary being, and we're saying we can also argue for a necessary being. And you have no way to show that one kind is more likely than another kind.
I'm not purely just saying no, there's a necessary being and that's it, full stop. There's a whole argument that comes before that.
Before that? Well, that's the part we're trying to get you to. We're trying to get you to show why is one kind of necessary being more plausible than a different kind of necessary being.
It's what I was putting forth before, the contingency argument.
No, so the contingency argument just says there's a necessary being. So there's a physical necessary being.
That's what it concludes, yes.
Yes. So it doesn't tell us which kind of necessary being is the correct kind.
No, it doesn't necessarily say, it doesn't point to a particular necessary being. It just says there is a necessary. Okay, this is the conclusion of the argument. This is as far as the conclusion of the argument goes. It has some implications, but this is as far as the conclusion of the argument goes. It says that by virtue of the existence
I know
of
the argument. So we can say
beings,
that there is a necessary being, but it's physical. Problem solved. So we grant the argument. It's physical.
No, I'm saying okay. If you're trying to make that case by naturally following from the premises of the contingency argument, you can't say that. Because
yes, you can. Literally, there's no premise.
No, you can't. I'll tell you why.
Go for it.
Because if you take the premises of the contingency argument, okay, you are saying that anything that is contingent is dependent, and everything that is every contingent thing has to depend on the necessary existence, right? And the necessary existence cannot depend on anything else.
Sure.
Because it's necessary.
Sure, and it can be physical.
Right? Otherwise, you'd have. Sorry.
Sure, and it can be physical. It's a physical quantum field.
No, I'm saying it's not possible for it to be physical.
I know you're saying that,
because that would make it contingent.
Stop. No,
that would make it contingent. That contradicts it being necessary.
Stop talking. You said it's impossible to be physical based on the premises of the contingency argument. None of the premises say it can't be physical. It's not in any of the premises. So I can grant all of the premises. I can grant the entire contingency argument and say it's a physical quantum field and it's necessary. There's no part of the argument that says it can't be physical. It doesn't exist.
Okay.
No one says that.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Now.
And can I ask, Aaron, what specific God do you think it's contingent on?
Does that really matter here?
Not really.
I'll be honest with you. I think that's the most important because I think in my experience, it has been that theists of a specific variety like to defend deism because once you defend miracle claims, it starts to sound a little silly.
I mean, to be fair, if he could get us to deism, that would be closer than we are now, right?
So it would be. I have big problems with deism. I have big problems with a mind existing outside of a body. We could go that route, but
Well, it's not necessarily. I mean, deism
I wouldn't make that
deism could be a
contingent.
sufficiently powerful enough agent that kicked the football in the universe and then pissed off with no evidence of its existence, and it doesn't interact with us. So that could very well be deism. But if he's asserting something beyond deism, that's when you're going to get into problems with the logical entailments.
Yeah,
and I'd also say it's why most theists believe that.
It's much harder to defend a specific kind of a god like Islam or Christianity. That's very difficult to do. So if you're trying to make him defend that kind of a thing, it's going to be a much more difficult task. So I like to give him the benefit of the doubt, give him the easiest argument he can possibly present, contingency, and see if he can actually make that work. So give him a much smaller burden of proof here than trying to actually pick a specific god.
But Aaron, TJump is correct there. There's no provision that there cannot be a physical thing that is necessary. There's no provision for that. So it could be a physical thing that is necessary, and then all other things that are physical are contingent upon that necessary physical thing.
Okay, can the necessary existence be contingent?
No.
No, by definition,
in this argument,
it's necessary.
Yes. Okay. So we agree on that, right?
Yes, that's one of the premises.
Okay.
Yes.
If it is necessary and it cannot be contingent, anything that's physical is contingent.
No, that's not a premise. There's that is not in the argument. I can just add in the premise that say anything supernatural is contingent, but it's not there. I was just making shit up.
Okay, let me justify that claim then.
Sure.
Okay. Do physical things depend on the parts that they are composed of?
No.
How so? What do you mean? No.
Space and time are emergent.
They require those parts in order to exist, right?
No. Space and time are emergent. They're not the most basic things. So no, and there are many physical things prior to and outside of space-time.
That doesn't contradict what I said, though.
Yes, it does, because you said it's based on temporal, like what's before it. And so if space-time is a specific field, and there's a different field that's outside of space-time, there's no before. It's outside of space-time. So if space and time are emergent,
I didn't make any argument about sequence or time.
You said it's contingent on what's before it. That's what you said.
No, I said it's contingent on what it is composed of.
Sure. And so there's physical things that are not composed of anything. Quantum fields are not composed. They are not composed of parts.
But they are dependent upon other things, right?
No, they're dependent on nothing. They are the most fundamental necessary thing. They're contingent on nothing.
Okay, can you give me an example of that?
Yes, quantum fields. This is the consensus in physics. Quantum fields are the most fundamental thing that ground everything else that exists.
Can you explain that a bit more? Because I'm not exactly familiar with it.
I'm not sure. Like all of the things, like space and time, are emergent from other quantum fields. Quantum fields are the things that interact to create literally everything, every field, every particle, every piece of energy. They are the most fundamental thing that creates everything else.
So is that a fact of quantum physics, or is it
yes.
Like what's the history of the development of that? Like that conclusion?
You'd have to Google search emergent spacetime and look at the papers. It's really complicated stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's there's education that goes into that, classes you can take, scholarly articles you can read on that. But
I'll just say you can't have movement, a being, causality without space-time unless you have an expansion.
No, physics says no. You don't need space-time. Space-time is not the most basic thing in the universe. Even in physics, it's not. No,
I'm not saying I'm saying to have a being, as far as I can tell, or this type of reality.
Oh yeah, but you said like interactions. You can't have interactions without space-time.
Oh no.
When they say necessary being, though, it doesn't necessarily apply to like a god. It could be physical substrate. You could put anything in place. It's just necessary being is just like some type of necessary existence, basically.
Yeah, being in philosophy just means an object that exists.
Okay, can I go back to the infinite regress, the contradiction of the infinite regress here, because I still can't I can't see how it's.
Well, there isn't a contradiction. There isn't a logical contradiction in the infinite regress. So,
okay, do we know of any physical example of an infinite regress that we know that to demonstrate possibility?
Whether or not we know it doesn't make it a logical contradiction. So we don't need to know of one that exists for it to not be a logical contradiction. So what you would need to show is, where is the logical contradiction?
I mean, I explained how there would be a logical contradiction.
Where is the how?
But I was just told no. Like I don't.
Well, what you said was.
Well, no, explain it again. Explain it again. How? Where do you think? Because Aristotle, who came up with this idea of the potential and actual infinites, he admitted there's no logical contradiction in his works. William Lane Craig, who gives this argument all the time, has admitted there is no logical contradiction in infinite regress. All of the academics who talk about this admit there is no logical contradiction in infinite regress. So I would like you to explain to me, what is the logical contradiction? So the arguments they use that how would we get to the present isn't a logical contradiction.
How is that a logical contradiction if we cannot possibly get to the present? If what was required to get to the present is an infinite amount of time to pass before that.
The only way it would not work is if you assume the A theory of time, where you have to go from one sequential moment to the next sequential moment to the next sequential moment. Now, if you're doing that, then you wouldn't be able to skip ahead to like the 50-second sequential moment or whatever. If the B theory of time is true, that means all of the times exist at all points of time, essentially. They always exist, and you're not going from one sequential moment to the next sequential moment. And so if they all exist, then there's no contradiction with every moment being a present moment. And
okay,
that's one example.
Can I give another example then?
Sure, go for it.
All right. If let's say I'm, and I usually I play volleyball, so let's say I'm about to take a serve, right?
Yeah.
If I had to get permission from an infinite number of people before I can take that serve,
that's the
will I
take
take that serve?
That's the A theory of time. That's the same thing I just said. So if you don't
assume
the A theory of time,
this different example is more for me to understand.
Can you knock down B theory?
Sorry?
Can you knock down B theory?
Can you explain B theory?
B theory of time. It's that every moment in time exists at the present moment. So like there's infinitely many present moments. They all exist. All time points exist at all times. They're always there. It's like a movie. They're like the slides in a movie.
I don't see how I would have to refute that if we don't have any evidence that it's a fact.
Because you have to show that B theory of
no. You said it's logically impossible.
I don't see how it's a fact.
Wait. You said it's logically impossible.
Yes.
There's a logical contradiction, which means we don't need any evidence that it's true. All we have to show is it's possible. Because if it's possible, that means by definition, it is not a logical contradiction. So if B theory of time is possible, that means that no, there is not a logical contradiction with a past infinite regress existing. Doesn't matter if we have evidence for it. It doesn't matter. All we need to do is show there's no logical contradiction. That's it.
There you go.
Still want to see any evidence that there can be a consciousness on the quantum level or supernatural level or
even
beyond that.
Or even a demonstration of how a thing can exist outside of space-time when that is not a thing that can exist.
I don't think we've gotten there yet, to be honest. But
B theory of time is possible, which means the infinite regress is not logically contradictory.
What do you mean possible? As in abstraction, it's just possible?
So
because we don't know that it's impossible?
Logical contradiction means that it's P and not P is somewhere in the argument. And B theory of time doesn't have one of those.
Mm-hmm.
Therefore, it's possible. Because possible just means no logical contradiction. And so if you're saying that an infinite regress entails a logical contradiction, and I can give you an example of an infinite regress that is possible, that means by definition, it doesn't entail a logical contradiction. So you would need to like show where the logical contradiction in B theory of time is.
Exactly. Yeah, that's what I was going to say. You need to knock down B theory of time in order to show that your position is the only one that's available.
What about the A theory of time? What would I have to do about that?
Nothing, because it's irrelevant. The point is, I need one example. I just need one example of a past infinite with no logical contradiction. That's all I need. A theory of time isn't supported by evidence anyway. So A theory of time is not the consensus in physics. So there's equal.
Is B theory of time the consensus?
No, they're both not the consensus. So neither one of those is the consensus. But the point here is that
so
if
they're
you're
both
saying,
like the strongest
what
theories then?
No, neither of them are the strongest theories. There's not a consensus on the topic. So no. But the point here is that if you're saying an infinite regress is logically impossible, all I need to do is give one example of an infinite regress. And then if there's no contradiction in it, then that proves your claim wrong, proves your entire argument false. that an infinite regress is logically contradictory. All I need is one example. So saying that there's even if a theory of time had a logical contradiction, which it doesn't, but it's harder to explain why. All I need is one. I just need one example. And B theory of time is my example because it's easier to explain.
Okay, let me see if I've understood the B theory of time to begin with first. So the B theory of time is essentially saying that every point in time ever
exists.
It
exists
simultaneously happening.
Well, it exists. They all exist. So it's kind of like a movie.
Think of it like a movie reel, and all of the frames of the movie reel, they all exist. And you're looking at one right now, which we call the present. But all of the frames still exist. Just because the movie has played doesn't mean that those previous frames do not exist. It doesn't mean that the frames that have yet to play do not exist.
So you can start a movie. You can start a movie right in the middle, right? You can skip to scene 37, right?
Right.
So it doesn't matter if there's infinitely many scenes. I can skip to whatever scene I want and just say we're going to play from this point, whatever. And so even if I'm playing from the middle of Kung Fu Panda or whatever, even if there's infinitely many movie before this, it doesn't make a difference. It still exists there because I didn't have to go from the very, very beginning to here. I didn't have to go in sequential order because in B theory, they're all there and I can just pick a slide. I can just pick scene number 8,037,000,037. Therefore, it's no logical contradiction.
All right, assuming I grant that, right? I still don't see how that negates the contingency argument here. Because the contingency argument is making the argument from
would be false. So
dependence.
All contingent things must have a necessary cause. It would be false because there'd be no necessary thing here. There'd just be infinite contingent
infinite regression of contingency.
Yeah, well, they all depend upon something. They must depend, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
they're all, but
Before,
they're dependent.
Regression.
Yeah, so they depend on a previous contingent thing, which depends on a previous contingent thing, which depends on a previous contingent thing forever, and it never stops, never ever stops.
So that's just an infinite number of contingency and no explanation then.
Correct, which is possible.
Each one explains the one after it, or I would say each one explains the one after it, and then
so there's no ultimate explanation for it.
Correct.
It just keeps coming back. Just
infinite regress. Yes.
I would say a finite by definition never gets there, or an infinite never gets there because by definition it's.
It is conceivable.
Aaron, it is. It's literally +1 or -1 depending upon what direction you're going.
Okay, then that's not an actualized infinite.
Yes, it is. We're not talking about numbers. There literally is a thing that actually exists.
I was using it as an analogy. It's just like, what's the explanation for this? This. What's the explanation for that? This. And then so on and so on and so on ad infinitum.
But it can't be actualized because you're you're just adding 1, 1, 1, 1. So even in mathematics,
he used a bad example.
Infinity
it's not like
is
numbers.
simply a concept.
It's not like numbers. We're not talking about numbers. It's a bad example.
Yeah.
They're literally existing things that already exist. They're not adding anything. They're already there.
Yeah. No, I'm not saying adding existences. I'm saying explanations.
What?
Not necessarily adding an existence. I'm saying let's say they already exist, but you're viewing explanation you're explaining one in sequence, one at a time. You explain one after the other. So that would go ad infinitum.
Yes.
I don't see how that's logically conceivable.
What do you mean how it is logically conceivable? Because you just keep explaining the prior one. You just keep going back. There's nothing logically contradictory about that.
In fact, you're explaining incrementing in programming.
Explaining what? Sorry?
The fact that it goes on forever and incrementing. Just add 1. You add 1 forever. I would also just like to put that, once again, it could be that there was a finite past and an infinite future, as in the Big Bang is the farthest back that we can currently go, and it could be that we just go on for expanding.
Yeah, it's like the Big Bang is the initial point of observability for our universe, but it makes no statement about what exists, the state of the universe before the Big Bang. So
let me try to explain it this way.
Point of observation.
The present moment. The present moment isn't contingent on anything. It's just random, essentially. So it's not like to get to the present moment, you must have gone through all of these infinite steps to get here. That part is false.
That's the B theory of time, right?
Yeah, essentially.
Okay. Would you still make the case for the idea that everything that exists, i.e., the universe, is physical, and there's nothing outside of that that's not physical?
Yes. Well, that's
okay. Is everything that's physical quantifiable?
No, not necessarily. I mean,
Can you give me an example of something that's physical and
you
not
can quantify
quantifiable?
anything. I can say God is one. God has been quantified. So I don't know what you mean.
As in, like, you can understand it through numbers.
Yes, God is.
Can count it.
God is one. I just
No,
counted
I'm not talking about God. Yeah, I'm not talking about God.
You can understand literally anything through numbers unless it's a logical contradiction. So God, the supernatural, angels, spirits, demons, they can all be quantified. Quantified just means you put a number behind something. It's a label.
Okay. Can you count things in the universe? Can everything physical be counted? Essentially.
No, you can't like count parts of a quantum field because it doesn't have any parts.
Okay, I'm saying I'm not. Okay, I mean.
Well, Aaron, the whole point is that when you came up on the stage, you brought up the argument from contingency, and then we've explained ad nauseum that there is no logical contradiction in an infinite regress of contingency, and we've explained how it is possible. So unless you can knock down B theory, which you can't, then our position holds, and there's no defeater there. So if it's something that you need to go and do some more research on, or you need to look into further, then you're more than welcome to do that, and you can come back and we can address this again. But as far as the argument for contingency, it doesn't hold.
I mean, I don't see how the infinite regress fallacy is not.
It's not a fallacy. That's the point. It's not a fallacy. We've already explained. We've explained multiple times how it is not.
Yeah, I understand that.
Okay.
So I
simply disagree.
No. This guy literally thinks that infinite regress is a fallacy. It's a theistic thing that's been going around for some reason on Discord, I guess. I've been encountered it a few times, but so infinite regress is not a fallacy. Infinite regress is a thing that you could demonstrate is like viciously circular or something like that. You could say their explanation is fallacious somehow, right?
I'd call it I'd call it a conceptual phenomenon.
But so you just do some research on physicists. Like I think Skydive Phil does a great video addressing William Lane Craig's arguments about contingency and in its relation to the Kalam, where they literally go through this and just explain, no, it's not. There's no logical contradiction. Just Google Skydive Phil part 1 and 2 on the Kalam, and there it's explained by physicists, by actual professional physicists.
Cool.
And I would just want to know how we would get to your God being the contingent thing, because it's one thing to say that we need something at the beginning, which I think we should only believe when we have evidence. And so I just want to know what that good evidence is for that contingent thing.
Necessary.
From their worldview, it's because it's defined as such.
Well, it would be a necessary thing, but point holds.
Because Amy said that God was contingent, and that was funny.
Good to go, Aaron.
Thanks for coming up, bud. Good having you.
Yeah.
Oh, you're still here.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, guys.
Thanks, bud. Take care.
Hey, thanks a lot.
Man. We've got Concrete, who's been waiting very patiently. Cloudy Coyote, I'm familiar with. I recognize that name. He was a good conversation last time for sure. We've also got Fithis in queue, so we've got a few people that'll be fun in line. Concrete, come on up.
Oh, too slow. Next.
Let's go on to Cloudy Coyote then.
All right. Cloudy Coyote, come on up.
Hello.
Hey, Cloudy.
How's it going, man?
What's up? I'm doing okay. So I just wanted to address the first thing, right? You said specifically jail, right? So I think you guys were saying that the contingent argument, correct me if I'm strawmanning, right? But you said the contingency argument isn't valid because everything in the set is explained, right? If it's an infinite set.
No, it's valid. It's definitely valid. The conclusion follows from the premises.
Okay, but I'm saying that, do you guys, like, for example, do you believe that everything in the set is explained by one thing or another? Like, for example, each contingent thing is explained in the set for infinitum, so therefore everything is explained?
I have no idea what you're asking.
Okay, so
are you asking
Jalen,
if we hold are you asking if we hold that everything can be explained, or there is an explanation for everything?
Yes.
I like the
posit
idea of a necessary quantum field, so I think I like the necessary thing hypothesis.
I would posit that there is an explanation for everything, even though we don't have that explanation yet. But I would posit that for every phenomena, there is an explanation. Yes.
Okay, would you posit a necessary existence, Jalen, or no?
It's possible that there's a necessary existence. I'm inclined to go with the quantum field route.
Okay, so can you explain a quantum field more in detail? What would that be?
Go ask the physicist. It's too complicated, but it's more plausible than a god. It's infinitely better explained than a god.
And it provides mechanistic explanation and predictive power.
Okay, but like, I think because when I hear a field like in physics, it usually refers to like a property of the universe, right?
So property of reality, like not the universe.
Sure, property of reality, yeah, but a quantum field isn't an actual existence, is it?
No, they literally are actual things that exist. Literally,
It comes down to it, Cloudy. If I have two options and one provides a mechanistic explanation and the other one does not, why would I choose the one that does not?
Okay, yeah, but you need to prove that. First, let me prove that it provides an explanation, right?
No.
But,
it's no. I asked you a question. It's like, why would I choose the thing that offers no mechanistic explanation? If I have one thing, the quantum field, and it provides mechanistic explanation for what we see, I can make predictions using it, so on and so forth, and then I've got God did it, which provides no mechanistic explanation, has no predictive power. Why would I choose the God did it?
No, I would disagree with that. I would say that God does provide a mechanistic explanation. And in terms of the quantum field theory, I mean, I would have to ask for at least a simple explanation for what it is. I don't.
Well, you just made a statement that God does provide a mechanistic explanation for things. So please, the mechanistic explanation for how God did it.
No problem. Yeah. So look, you would agree that contingent things require a reason for their existence, right? Correct?
No.
No.
And granted, for the sake of the argument,
a contingent thing by definition is something that could be another way, correct?
Yes.
Something that could fail to exist.
Yes.
Okay. So therefore, do you not hold to the principle of sufficient reasoning?
No, but that's a different question altogether. So I can say that a brute fact is possible.
No, it is. And are you appealing to reason as like a purpose or reason as in like a cause?
Reason as in like explanation for why it exists.
Okay, that's just cause.
I mean, not necessarily. Sure. I mean, not necessarily.
Yeah, but it sounded to me like you were saying reason is in like purpose. No, like an agential purpose for something to like I need this to happen because of for this particular reason.
Not necessarily. No, that's not.
Okay, I just want to make sure we're not abusing the language here. That's all.
Okay, sure, no problem. So look, do you believe that a contingent thing, which it could be another way or could fail to exist, that doesn't require an explanation?
Yeah, it's called a brute fact. Brute facts. Yes, brute facts are possible.
Wouldn't a brute fact be necessary because it could not be another way?
No, brute facts are a contingent fact that happens to be the case. Literally, a brute fact is like not that. You can have a brute necessity. A brute necessity would be necessary.
Okay, so give an example of a brute fact.
Anything could be a brute fact. A potato exists in a universe could be a brute fact. Like a brute fact is just the way things happen to be.
But then you're denying the principle of sufficient reasoning. It has nothing to do.
Yes, the vast majority of philosophers deny the principle of reason. It's like principle of sufficient reason.
I don't hold the PSR.
You don't hold the PSR?
Yeah, it's garbage. Most philosophers reject it.
I've never heard that most philosophers reject it.
Yeah, it's what's Phil Survey's paper 2020 results. There's a question specifically about the PSR.
Okay, can you give an explanation for why you reject the PSR?
It's brute facts are possible. Brute fact is a contingent thing that exists without any explanation. Therefore, the PSR is wrong.
You're presupposing that it doesn't have an explanation. Can you prove that it doesn't need an explanation?
It's logically possible. So it's logically possible to have a brute fact existing. There's no logical contradiction.
I'm saying it's logically impossible. So prove that it's logically possible.
Well, if you have the burden of proof to claim it's a logical contradiction, like where's the logical contradiction with a thing existing with no explanation?
I'll tell you why it's illogical, impossible. It's an impossibility for something. Be contingent by definition, and then also be not have an explanation for why it exists. Because if something could be another way, right? Like if an existence could be different, right? For example, like you give the example of a potato, right? If I had a potato on my table and it could be an apple, for example, right? Then it needs an explanation for why that specific potato is on a table rather than
What does that even mean?
No, it doesn't.
It could be an apple.
Not if it's brewed.
So can you prove? Okay, so that and why? Because if it could be another way, it requires an explanation for why it is that specific way. And
But if it has no explanation, it wouldn't need that.
It doesn't need it. It wouldn't need it.
Can you please explain why?
I can't explain it. I can explain it.
It has no explanation.
I'm Dutch. A potato in Dutch is an earth apple. So the potato is actually an apple. Then we're done.
Wait, so can you actually wait? So in all seriousness, that's a funny joke. I'll give you that. But in all seriousness, TJump and JL, you keep saying that. You keep saying no, but can you? Why is that the case that it's logically possible? I just keep hearing this. I gave you a reasoning. Can you refute that reasoning?
Yeah, so an object can exist, which could have been a different object, but has no explanation why.
Okay, give an example of that.
Any brute fact, a potato exists in a universe, a possible world where there's just a potato.
I'd also like to know why a potato has the potential to be something else, but God has to be stuck as God.
Well, so there's a possible world with just a potato, and there's a possible world with just an apple, and a possible world with just a tomato.
Yeah, sure, those are all possible worlds. Yes, I'm not doubting that, and therefore
I was trying to aim you with that one.
Well, I don't understand why God gets this special reasoning. Once again, it's this agent outside of time and space that everything is contingent on. I'm going to say what I said before. We would need evidence for that because you are adding a presupposition that we don't have.
Right. You're right, Amy. We could say that God is also, there's different ways God could be, and him just arguing that God must have one necessary way is arbitrary, but that's a different argument.
Okay, so you're saying
I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting. Okay. JL asked you a question, how God did it, and he said, "Can you explain that?" You said yes, and started talking about everything but that.
No, you don't. No, you don't. You just need to give me the mechanistic explanation. No, Cloudy. You just need to give me the mechanistic explanation of how God did it.
Yeah, I know. My mechanistic explanation, right, requires you to at least to say that a contingent thing requires an explanation for its existence.
It doesn't. The consensus in philosophy is that is not the case. That is dumb. It's very easy to understand.
I would disagree with that. A contingent thing does not need an
explanation. The explanation for its existence in this case would be you explaining how God made it.
Irrelevant. That's irrelevant to what he's asking. So you're asking him to change the topic. Brute facts are a very well attested thing in philosophy. If you want to doubt brute facts,
prove
that's
that
fine.
A brute fact does not have an explanation. You're presupposing and you're
No. It's logically possible for a thing to exist with no explanation, which we would then call a brute fact. There's no logical contradiction in that.
I don't want to change the topic. I want him to explain why we should add a God as a brute fact.
I'm not there. Why we should add a God as a brute fact? You mean as a necessary existence?
Yeah, that'd be brute necessity.
Why we would be contingent on him? Yes.
Yeah, no problem. I will go there, and I want to go there. But first, I have to get past this step, and then I'll progress my argument.
Okay, Cloudy. Is there a logical contradiction in brute facts?
No, there's not a logical contradiction in brute fact. There's a logical contradiction in saying that brute facts don't need an explanation. If you're saying a brute fact is contingent, then it needs an explanation.
What is the definition of a brute fact to you?
Something that could not be any other way.
No, that's a necessary fact. So a brute fact in contemporary philosophy, a brute fact is a fact that cannot be explained in terms of a deeper or more fundamental fact.
Okay, so are you using the argument from ignorance? So then just
can God be in another way?
So it's not an argument from ignorance. It's not saying this is it cannot be explained in terms of a deeper form, more not just we just don't know it. It does not. It is not explained by a more
fundamental. So you're making that claim. Okay, so then prove that. I'm asking you to prove it. And
there's no proof. There's no proof. Is it logically possible for such a thing to exist? Yes, that's the proof.
That's the proof. Okay.
Yeah, we don't need to actually show this object is a brute fact. We just need to show, is it logically possible? Because if it's logically possible, the PSR is proven false.
If it's logically possible, the PSR is proven false. Okay, can you give me an example of a brute fact?
Yes,
right?
a universe with only a potato in it. I've given you this 4 times. That would be a brute
Okay,
fact.
a universe with only a potato. You gave that example, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you prove that there's no explanation for why the universe
It's
is a
literally
potato
my
and not an
example. I'm
apple?
literally telling you, this is my possible world.
I know. You can say your example, right? But can you? That's not your argument. Your argument is that it is logically possible for a universe, right, with just a potato that doesn't need an explanation. So it's contingent, meaning it could be a potato or could be an apple.
Right.
Yes, no problem. So you're saying that there's no explanation for why it's a potato. There's no explanation.
Correct.
Okay. So can you prove that?
Yes. It's a brute
Okay,
fact.
how?
There's a possible world with a
Right,
potato and a
this is your
possible.
argument in
Stop.
circles.
Listen.
Cloudy,
Listen to the words.
Cloudy,
Listen
Cloudy.
to the words.
It's
So
the possibility that it can exist. That's the point. Because it can exist, because there's no logical contradiction there. Because it can exist, the PSR is proven is what TJump said.
Okay, let me give you.
I feel like we're going round and round here, and we keep it's literally you keep going back to the exact same thing TJump has said over and over and over again.
Okay, fine. Let me give you an example. Maybe it'll help, right? So I think maybe you've heard this example, right? Okay. So if I'm walking around, okay, and I see a big orb, right, on the ground, yeah, and somebody tells me that there's no explanation for its existence. It just exists. The orb just exists. It's just there. Would you agree with that? There's nothing logically contradictory about it?
Well, there's nothing logically contradictory about it, but inductively it's a bad explanation because inductively the things we all interact with have an explanation.
Okay. So inductively everything has an explanation, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if inductively everything has an explanation, how are you positing that a brute fact doesn't need an explanation?
Because it's not logically entailed. The fact that inductively something like if all swans are white and you say, oh, therefore it's logically impossible to be black, and be like, no, I can imagine swan being black very easily. And that proves you wrong. It's not logically impossible for there to be a non-white swan. So if you keep saying that, oh, well, inductively things have a cause, therefore everything necessarily must have a cause. It's impossible for anything to not have a cause. All I need to do is just imagine a thing that doesn't have a cause. And I've debunked you. I've proven that it's not the case. That it's logically impossible for things to exist without a cause.
Okay, fine. But I'm still waiting for you to actually debunk the principle of sufficient reasoning.
It is possible for there to be a potato, which is a brute fact. Debunked.
Okay, can you prove that?
I just did. I'm imagining it. So if I'm imagining it, that means it's not logically contradictory.
You can imagine a potato in the universe. There's no problem with that. Now, can you imagine that the potato
I'm imagining
just
a possible world.
For its
I'm imagining for a possible world with no explanation, with the potato with no explanation. So imagine a possible world, potato, no explanation.
You can imagine the words no explanation, but the fact that a potato exists and nothing else exists and there's no explanation, but it could be an apple. If it's okay, let me repeat this, right? If a potato in the universe only, and it could be an apple, then by definition, it requires an explanation.
There's no definition there.
For why
There's
it's a
no
potato and not
definition
an
there.
apple.
No, there is no definition there that must requires an explanation. It
Okay,
does not exist.
So you
anyway.
said that. Okay, fine. TJump, can I ask you a question?
Sure.
Okay, so you said the universe is a potato, right? It's a hypothetical.
Potato in the
I'm not saying that you're saying the universe is a potato, but let's give it a hypothetical example that have the universe as a potato, right?
Sure.
Why is it not an apple?
Doesn't have an explanation. It's a brute fact. Literally not a thing.
You can't explain it.
No, there
but
doesn't
why
have
is it
an
not an
explanation.
apple?
It doesn't have
Do
an
you not know?
explanation. I've already answered this. It doesn't have an explanation. I
Could
know.
it be an apple?
Yes, it could be an apple. There's a possible world where there's an apple, and there's a possible world with a potato, and it is not the possible world with the potato with the apple.
Okay, then perfect. So either that it's necessary that the potato exists only.
No,
or
I've already debunked this. So again, you're just demonstrating your
Not
ignorance
debunked
of
this, you're
brute facts.
arguing this.
No, I literally did debunk this. You're just demonstrating your ignorance of brute facts. Google brute facts. You don't understand how brute facts work in philosophy. This is a well-developed
a brute
concept.
fact is contingent.
Yes, it is contingent and has no explanation.
It literally contradicts the definition of
Oh my
contingency.
God, you're so dumb. This is a well-developed concept in philosophy. You saying it's a contradiction when literally every philosopher in the world says you're a dumbass is your problem.
Okay,
Google
then
brute
okay,
facts.
please-
Okay,
Just
let's
Google
not
the
call people
definition.
names, but Coyote, come on.
Okay, wait, look. The fact is, right? Okay, can you give me a philosopher, right, that says that if something,
Coyote, maybe I can help. Do you think a God exists?
yes,
Okay. Is he outside of space and time?
Yes. He was sans creation. He was timeless. Yes.
Why is he not a potato?
Because potatoes are contingent things.
Technically, nothing could be outside of space and time, so that doesn't even make any sense. But
I mean, yes, time is a measurement of change, and it's just
Prove that can you prove that? Can you prove that he's not a potato?
You prove it again. This is
Cloudy. Is God a mind?
Yes, God is a mind.
This is your line of questioning.
Hang on a sec, Peter.
Cloudy,
if God is a mind,
wait. This is your line of questioning.
No, Cloudy. If God is a mind, does God have thoughts?
Yes, but they don't progress in time. In the sense, sans creation, they didn't progress in time. No.
Then that is like literally, if God does not have sequential thoughts, then God is not a mind.
God has sequential thoughts, but it's a static state of affairs. It's not
no, because if it's sequential, it adheres to time because there's one thought before the next thought.
Time is a measurement of change.
That is temporal.
Okay, let me explain.
That is temporal. That is the definition of temporal. No, it is not. That is the definition of temporal. If I have a thought and then I have another thought, then one thought came before one thought came after.
Yeah,
and if I thought about creation before I created, and this is a sequence of events.
I agree. No, I have no problem with that.
So God is still so God would still be in space time.
It's not sequential in that sense. That's what. Can I explain to you how God's thoughts are sequential? So look, sans creation, right? There was a static state of affairs, right? Okay, meaning that there's no time to adhere to, right? So time is a measurement of change. So there's no change in his thought, and there's no it's not one after the other.
Yes, there is. There was the moment he thought of creation.
Can you let me finish my explanation?
No, Cloudy, you just know, Cloudy. There's the moment he thought about creation and the moment it created. The moment it thought about creation and the moment it created are two separate
spontaneous
moments.
Until bro, this is again. Look, I'm not finished with my explanation, and yet you're already assuming.
No, I'm asserting you don't understand physics. You do not understand what space-time is. You do not understand that a mind that is not subjective to a sequence of thoughts is not a mind. That is something. Minds are not quiescent.
Okay, look, a mind, right? It's a static state of affairs. It's a static.
No, it's not. Minds are not static. That is not a mind.
Look, I'm not even done finishing. Let me explain, and then after that, you can go on your whole rant. Is that okay?
No. Explain to me how a mind is static. How a mind is quiescent.
Sans creation. Sure.
No, I'm asking you to define a mind. Tell me how a mind is static and how it is still a mind.
How a mind is static. I'm saying
a mind by definition.
They're static in the sense that it's not progress. His thoughts are not progressing in time, meaning he doesn't have one thought and then think something else after. Right? His thoughts are all necessary, right? Okay.
That makes no sense, Cloudy.
How does that not make sense?
He can't have a thought. He can't have a thought if he has no time.
Okay, prove that. I literally said 1 billion times that a thought, in the sense that how we have thoughts, is we have thoughts sequentially.
Well,
so we might think something now.
The problem is, and this is what JL is trying to explain to you, the word mind has a specific definition. If you say that God is a mind, then that mind has a specific definition.
Yes, there are entailments to that.
Yes, it has sequential thoughts. If it doesn't have sequential thoughts, it's not a mind as we define a mind.
Sequential sans creation.
It can't do that. That is not a mind, Cloudy.
What? Then I reject your definition of a mind. My definition.
Then you just reject reality and replace it with your own.
I'm not.
Can you define a mind for us?
The prosecution rests.
Gladly do that.
It's like saying I have a car, but it doesn't have wheels.
Do you think a mind
is not a car?
Do you think a mind can exist independently of a physical substrate?
Do I think a mind can exist? In how you're defining a mind, as in it needs to have sequential thoughts, then I would say no. But sans creation, that's not what God was.
Can I ask then, are these thoughts, are you saying they're all happening at once? He's hearing all thoughts of the universe or that are his own at once?
Hearing all his thoughts of the universe at once?
In no time.
Because we hear like a thought. We go like, I am hungry. I will open fridge. I will get cookies. Like it happens one at a time. What it sounds like you're saying is he's having all thoughts at all time.
That's just Amy, that's just silly. You don't put cookies in the fridge.
That's true. I don't put carbohydrates.
God is all knowing, so he knows all true propositions, right? By my definition.
So if this God has thoughts, how is it having thoughts? Because the only thoughts that we know of require a brain, well, a consciousness, which requires a brain, which requires the body, which requires all these processes on Earth, which requires space-time to exist, right? And you're saying that this mind exists separately prior to everything,
and that it doesn't function in the way, and that it does. No, we can even grant that this mind exists without a body and with no physical substrate, and it exists like outside of space time, and that time does not apply to it. That temporality does not exist to this thing. But that's the problem: is that then it is by definition not a mind.
No,
okay. You're simply calling, but
that's non-existent. You just describe something that doesn't exist. That's
exactly.
Non-existent.
Exactly. And just because it's cloudy, just because you want to call it a mind, doesn't make it a mind.
Okay, fine. If that's your definition of a mind, that's not. But let me.
That's not my definition of a mind, Cloudy. That is the definition of a mind.
Bro, no, it's not. I'll tell you why. Sans creation, right? God did not have thoughts sequentially in the sense that he did not think something and then 2 minutes later he thought something else, right? God's thoughts are all necessary, right? Meaning that they all exist at once in a static state of affairs sans creation, right? So in the sense that, look, and how we perceive minds, right, as humans, sure, yes, we think sequentially, but I'm not applying that standard to God, so there's no contradiction.
Is God eternal?
What do you mean by eternal?
Does God existed eternally?
The thing about the tricky thing about using the word eternal is that it usually comports with time, right? So as God.
Okay, then is God existed infinitely?
Infinitely, I mean, see, it's
has
hard to use these
God
terms
has
when
God
there's no
ever
time, right?
has God ever not existed?
Has God ever not existed? No, God has always existed.
Okay, so God has always existed, which means that there was a point in time when there was no creation.
Oh, you're using time again. See,
no,
I knew
Cloudy, stop. That means that there was a point in God's existence in which creation did not exist, and a point in God's existence when creation did exist. This is a temporal state.
Again, this is
because if God existed if God existed infinitely, never not existing, okay, then all the time then all the period of God's existence in which there was no creation is a state before creation existed. There was before creation and there is after creation, which means that's temporal. Which means God had the thought of creation after God had no thought of creation.
Okay, number one is you're wrong on so many fronts. Okay, and let me address this, right? Okay, well, let me address it, right?
I think the point you just made, Cloudy, is that creation has always existed.
No, it's
you don't
not.
realize it yet. Yes.
If creation has not always existed, there was a point that creation did not exist. That means God existed.
You're using point, and you're using all these, bro. You're using vocabulary that only comports with time.
Cloudy.
Again, that's why you're being deceptive.
If you just said creation did not always exist, that means that there was a point where creation did not exist. There was pre-creation and there was post-creation. Okay, for there to be a pre-creation, a moment of creation, and post-creation, these are temporal. Which means,
I agree with that.
Which means the thoughts that precede these things, given your definition of God, are also temporal, which would comport with it being a mind.
Okay, can I?
But that means that mind exists in space-time.
Okay, can I tell you why that's false? Let me explain, at least. That'd be nice.
You can try.
So,
you won't succeed, but you can try.
Thank you. Okay, I don't appreciate the condescending tone, but at least let me address the argument, right? So if you have, right, the universe being instantiated, right, like from pre-creation and post-creation, right? So yes, that itself is a measurement of change, which is time. I cannot deny that, right? Okay, and the theological position of William Lane Craig, of even famous philosophers like Al-Ghazali, right, is that this was, right, spontaneous, right? It was a spontaneous creation that existed, right? Now,
no, that doesn't comport with an omniscient, omnipotent entity.
Okay, wait, can you let me finish?
It's still Cloudy. It still doesn't work because now you're putting the creation of time before creation, which
no, I'm not. I'm saying he entered into time spontaneously with creation. If you listen to me,
because if God is omniscient, it
hey
can't
guys, let's back. Hey guys, we're dogpiling him. Can we back up a second and
but he keeps making assertions that he keeps contradicting himself on. If God is omniscient by definition, which you have defined God as knowing all truth propositions, then there cannot be any spontaneity.
Can you
God would have knowledge, would have infallible knowledge of the creation point before the creation point.
Look, Jill, I respect your passion, right? But can you let me explain my assertions before saying that I'm only making assertions? So let me explain them, and then after that, I would respect you addressing my argument. I think that's the best way.
Go ahead.
Great. Okay.
Explain.
Okay. So when I say, right, that God spontaneously he spontaneously entered into time with creation, that itself is a temporal change. But the thoughts preceding that, sans creation, right, are not temporal at all, right? Those are all necessary thoughts, yes, okay? And there's no sequential order of his thoughts. There's no like, okay, I think this, and now I think this. That would be a measurement of change, which is time. So so when we have creation existing, right, that itself, pre-creation and post-creation, right, that specific event, right, is a measurement of change, right? And spontaneously, right, God entered into time, right, along with that. So he entered into time spontaneously when the universe was instantiated. There's no logical contradiction with that, and I would like you to prove that rather than you making an assertion that it is logical. Go ahead.
There is no pre and post if there is no time.
And there is no spontaneity if the entity is defined. If the entity is defined as omniscient, then there is no spontaneous action.
Use the word sans. I say without the universe. I'm not pretty.
And if the entity is omniscient, if the entity knows all true propositions as you define it, then there is no spontaneous action because it knows exactly at what point it is doing this, and it knew it before it did it.
Okay, sure. And
which also required time.
No, it did not. Okay, no, it does not.
Knowing yes, it does. Yes, it does. If you know you're going to do something before you do it, if you know you're going to do something before you do it, that requires a temporal change.
So knowing that I'm gonna if God has like thoughts, right? Okay, that are not going in sequential order, not following time, right? If there's a thought that he is going to create the universe, right? That thought does not require time. The only thing that requires time is the instantiation of the universe.
The thought doesn't. So, Cloudy, listen. The thought that maybe not requires time, but there's a sequence between thinking about creating something and then creating something.
No, there's not.
Or
it is if God existed.
No,
if God has existed has never not existed.
Again,
if God has never not existed, then you are creating the temporal state there, because that means that there is a point where God exists and there is no creation and God is independent and there's nothing else. And then there's a point where God exists and there is creation, which is then contingent upon God. Sure. Which you're already invoking a temporal change right there.
No, I'm not denying that. I'm invoking a temporal change with the instantiation of the universe. I'm not denying that.
Okay, so
wait, listen.
Which means that God's thoughts are not. Which means that God's mind is not quiescent. It means God has a sequence of thoughts.
Oh, that thought before. How does that entail that in any way? Please explain.
Because the thought before creation, and then the act of creation.
It's timelessness. It's sans creation. Again, you're using before, so you can be deceptive and say that God.
I'm not being deceptive. I'm saying that you're operating off of a definition that nobody accepts.
That nobody accepts of what? Of a mind?
Yes. Okay, what you are using as a mind is not a mind by definition.
Okay,
you are defining God completely out of existence is what you're doing.
No, I'm not. Oh my God. Yeah. Okay. I'm saying that sans creation. Look, you claim that I'm making assertions without evidence, but literally all you've been doing is making assertions this whole time.
No, we're not. We're pointing out the logical contradictions in your argument, Cloudy.
You've literally not. Okay, let me explain this for like the 10th billionth time.
Okay,
right?
I'm done.
Okay. Does anyone else want to?
Cloudy. Was there a point where there was only God and no creation?
Sans creation, so without creation, yes, God existed.
I'm asking a simple yes or no question. Was there a point where there was only God and no creation?
Yes, but by point, if you mean a point in time, then no. But yes, there was with sans creation, God existed only. Yes.
Not a point in time. So at this specific point, there was both a creation and no creation.
At this specific point, was there no creation and what? Repeat that. Sorry.
I'm just trying. I'm trying to
repeat that. I didn't hear you
in front of you. Okay, so you say that there's no time, and there was a point where there was no creation, not a temporal point, just a point. If there is no time, then at that same point there is creation and no creation.
That's not.
Just use a different definition of time. So use time to measure something different, like the existence of God, like somewhere along the duration of the existence of the God, maybe, and then you can use time, right? I think
there is no point in sans creation. There's no point in anything because all God is what God is sans creation is necessary. Is just necessary thoughts. It's all necessary. He enters into time
and so
with the creation.
Okay, when God is sans creation and when God is with creation, how can that happen if there is no time in between the two?
Because again, I explain this again. So that when the instantiation of the universe happens, let me repeat this again. Right. So with the instantiation of the universe, right, which is a measurement of change, right, post creation, pre creation. That is.
We're not talking about the instantiation. We're looking from God's point of view. No, I'm trying to help you here. We're looking from God's point of view, not from creation's point of view, from God's point of view.
No problem. So what can you repeat? Then what do you mean God's point of view? What's your argument?
Explain how there can be pre-creation and post-creation without time.
Easy.
From God's point of view, how does this work?
Okay, great question. I've answered a lot, but this time, can you listen to me and have an open mind this time? Don't try to refute me. That would be really appreciated. Let me explain, right?
I'm having an open mind, which is why I'm asking the question.
That's great. So let me explain it to you, right? So without the universe, right? And the reason I use sans creation and not before, right, is because time was instantiated as the universe. Time is not eternal. It does not eternally exist, right? So from God's point of view, right, is before creation. So I don't want to use before. Sans creation, right? God has a lot of necessary thoughts that don't go in sequential order. Now you can say that's not a mind. You can say that is a mind. Okay, but this is my position of God. You have to prove it's a logical contradiction, right? Okay. So sans creation, God has a lot of necessary thoughts, right? All of his thoughts, right, and his attributes are all necessary.
Can you please stop talking about thoughts? I've asked you a specific question. I've asked you a specific question. There was no creation and there is creation, right? Two different things. Yes. God, no creation, God, creation.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
And there's no time. And there's no time.
Before creation, there's no time, but within
listen to me. Listen. I'm not going to progress into creation. I'm just addressing the point where there is no creation and there is creation.
Sure.
Those two things you say happened.
Yes, and they require time. Yes.
Correct? Okay. If there is no time, then creation has existed as long as your God has existed, because there's no time.
You're saying that you're presupposing that existence requires time. Can you prove that?
I'm not. Existence requires time. I'm not talking about existence. I'm using your words. Creation. No creation and creation. Yes. If there's no time for no creation to exist,
I mean, there's no.
Then no creation and creation have existed for the exact same time and your God has existed for the exact same time.
Look, God has existed. Look, this is a flawed line of questioning. I'll point out why. Right? Is existence can occur. Existence. So God exists sans creation, regardless of time. He's outside of time. Right? So existence is before time. Right? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So
basically what you're saying. I'm trying to reflecting back to you. Sure. Basically, what you're saying is God existed for no time. That's the equivalent of non-existence.
That's not what I'm saying. For God existed for no time that's not what it is.
That is what you're saying.
God exists out of
that is what you're saying.
Cloudy, because you're saying God existed atemporally.
Atemporally means
if something exists. If something
if it's outside of time, there is no time.
No time.
Sure. But it exists outside of time.
It doesn't exist.
Okay, so that's atemporal.
Yeah, no problem. Okay. Yeah.
So God existed for no time?
God existed out of time, yeah.
For no time.
Again, you're using time so deceptively. He did not.
No, I'm not using time deceptively.
When we say that, you didn't exist for he didn't do this anytime. Like when we're talking casually. Yes,
I think we should move on because this is getting us nowhere. I think we should move on.
Yes,
and
this
I
proprietary definition
really want to hear an answer to JL's question. How did God create?
Yes, I still want to hear the mechanistic explanation.
No problem. Can I explain?
You said you knew.
Reject it after I'm done with my explanation.
Yes. Give us the mechanistic explanation of how God did it.
Okay, so you won't interrupt me during my explanation.
Okay. The floor is yours, Cloudy.
Do we have to say it 4 times?
Okay, no. I will explain it. Just please.
We want the answer.
Let me explain to you the answer. Right? Okay. Is sans creation, right? Without creation, okay? God existed atemporally, right? He did not exist in time.
Let's drop the atemporal. Get to the mechanism God used.
This is preceding. I need to explain this to explain the mechanism, and yet you said you won't interrupt me. Yet you're constantly interrupting me, and you're presupposing my argument.
Okay. Both of you stop. Cloudy, go. The floor is yours. Peter, quiet for a moment. Let him explain this because I'm not convinced at all. Just so you know, but I'm listening.
Yeah, Cloudy, go for it. Now, just to clarify, Cloudy, the atemporal like that does not matter. We're looking for the mechanistic explanation of how God did it.
Sure, no, but for the mechanistic explanation, I need to explain atemporal briefly. I'll try to wrap it up. You'll get it once.
Okay, the floor is yours. Go for it.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so God exists atemporally, right? Meaning that all his thoughts are necessary and it doesn't progress in time, right? So God doesn't think something now and then 2 minutes later he thinks of something else, right? All God is at this point is there's no state of affairs. It's a static being, right? With all necessary thoughts and necessary attributes, right? Okay? Sans creation. So now he enters into time, right? With the instantiation of the universe, right? Okay. And so when you instantiate the universe, right, he creates time and spontaneously enters into time with the creation of the universe. And that's how he enters into time, right?
He just said he did it.
Hey, hang on. Keep going, Cloudy, because you still haven't gotten to a mechanistic explanation, but keep going.
What do you mean by that? Okay, can you explain what mechanistic explanation you're looking for? Because my mechanistic explanation...
The mechanism God used to create time.
The mechanism God used to create time?
Yes. Because Cloudy. Cloudy. God did it or God magicked it is not a mechanistic explanation.
Okay,
in fact, it's not even an explanation at all.
No,
okay?
I know.
So I'm asking you for the mechanistic explanation of creation. Go for it.
Okay, when you said the mechanistic explanation, I was concerned because we were talking about the topic of that God existed for the same time as his creation.
No, that's the whole point. That's why you got interrupted before, is because the state of God's existence before creation has nothing to do with this.
Okay,
the whole point is, by what mechanism did God create everything?
He created it. He created it through his essence. He created it through his actions.
So he magicked it. So you're saying he magicked it?
He magicked it. When you do something, is that magic?
No, but when I do something, there's a mechanistic explanation for what I do.
Yeah.
So we're asking for the mechanism. So Cloudy. So hang on a second. So Cloudy, what this goes back to is this: if I have two explanations for a phenomena, one provides a mechanistic explanation for that phenomena, the other one does not. Why would I choose the one that doesn't to understand the phenomena?
JL, really quick, I'll address that point. But if you believe that, then you should wholeheartedly accept the contingency argument.
No, I don't need to, and that's already been Cloudy. I do not need to because it's already been explained why it's not logically contradictory. Okay, so please answer the question.
But then it just magicked it, so the explanation was magicked. Is that what you're saying?
Is that your explanation? Is that
your
explanation?
I'm not saying, but by your logic, if a brute fact has no explanation, then it's magic.
Okay. Let me roll. Let me roll with this.
Okay, let me address your question.
What is
basically what
Cloudy? What's
magic is an explanation. So
used.
Magic is what?
What's the
magic is an explanation?
He said instantiated, or I hope I'm saying that word right, but that's a term that he used. That was the mechanism. That's why when you're asking him for the mechanism, he's like, "What? I provided it." But all that means is that God created it. When you say that,
I think it's more.
But then you're.
How did you create it?
I think it's more like God thought poofed it. God thought poofed it into existence.
That's what I'm talking about. And God thought poofed it. It is not sufficient.
Basically, that's how. That's
is not a mechanism. It's not a mechanism. It doesn't explain anything. It doesn't explain anything.
You know what ectodivinitis is?
Cloudy. It does the mechanism you're using doesn't explain anything.
No, I know. I'm not saying instantiation was the mechanism.
Okay, so I'm asking you. So I'm asking you, if there is no explanation on one side and an explanation on the other side, and the God offers no explanation, and the other side does offer an explanation, why would I accept the God one?
Because the God does offer an explanation. I can tell you why. So
you just said you just said he magicked it.
I didn't say that. I said
we've been waiting for that answer from the moment JL asked you, which was about a half an hour ago.
The reason I kept on saying instantiation is because I assumed that you guys were talking about the same thing when it was post-creation, pre-creation. But if you're not talking about the same thing, right?
We've got to move on. We have a few more people in queue. I'm going to give you like 4 minutes to provide the mechanism that God used to instantiate reality, or however you want to phrase that.
Yeah, sure.
It's all you got a few minutes.
It's ectodivinitis, right? Meaning that the instantiation of the basic, construction or creation of a single thing, right, is based on his will. So if God says be, then it is. Yes.
How's that a mechanism?
not an explanation at all.
Because you have things that are ex nihilo, you have things that are ex materia, and this is ex divinitis.
We know that is what you think.
Yeah,
but how is this a mechanism?
It's appeal to divinity, and it doesn't. Sorry.
God thought.
Okay, then I'd have to go back, and then we have to. Okay, JL, can I ask you a quick question too?
Shoot.
Okay, so you're a methodological naturalist, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with an infinite regress in time, right?
Yes, it is possible.
Okay. So you'd say under the A theory of time, would you say it's possible, or under the B theory, or both?
B theory?
Okay, can you explain the B theory of time briefly?
This has been explained in the previous with the previous dude that
I know,
with
I just want
like
a brief explanation, like a short explanation.
That past, present, and future all exist.
Okay. Do you believe in free will?
That's a more complicated question. I think that there is evidence for free will and there's evidence against free will. So
okay. No, but
because our actions are defined by the information we have prior to that. So we don't really have free will, but we can still choose. So it's kind of like I kind of go with the Hitchens explanation of that. We have free will because we have no choice not to.
Okay, sure, no problem. No, but basically what your position would entail, right, is if past, present, and future all exist, right, regardless of our point in time, or whether what we perceive as our point in time, right, it would mean that it would logically entail that there's no free will that we have. For example, if I could pick up a phone, or if I could not pick up a phone that I have right next to me, right? The fact is, if the future exists already, right, then that would mean that in the future I already picked up the phone, regardless of my point in time and my perception.
Congratulations, you get Calvinism.
I'm saying your position entails that we have no free will.
From one perspective, yes. I don't think we have all the information, but it could. I mean, it could entail, like I said, we could have free will because we have no choice to.
But did you see the logical entailment of?
It doesn't matter. There's no logical contradiction in us not having free will.
No logical contradiction. I'm not saying there is. I'm not saying there is.
Okay,
I'm just saying
so
that it logically
the point?
entails that there's no. So I'm saying that it would be logically contradictory if you hold to free will. So if we believe that you have free will of some sort, then that would contradict your position.
Well, if you're asking me if I hold to libertarian free will, no, I don't.
I know. Even if you hold to compatibilism, you'd have to hold hard determinism. Review.
There's evidence either way. I'm kind of undecided on that. But then again, it doesn't matter because I don't have infallible knowledge of the future. So from my perspective, I have free will. And until that perspective is able to be changed, I have no reason to change my perspective.
That's great. I understand that. But your position of saying that the past, present, and future exist regardless of our perception in time, if they just exist, that would entail, right, that there's no free will. Because, for example, if I pick up something, right, that future moment already exists, right, of the implications of me picking it up, regardless before I picked it up or not. So that would mean, right, that there was no free will. There was no action of me deciding if the future already necessarily exists.
So?
Cloudy, can I ask you a question?
No, Peter, I'm trying to understand where he's going with this.
He's trying to say because free will is true, but free will isn't true.
I'm saying that's what your position entails. So if you hold to hard determinism, your position is it's not logically contradictory. Just that you would have to hold to hard determinism. If you hold to free will or compatibilism, then it would be logically
contradictory. I have a question.
I don't think you can pigeonhole me like that, but
I'm not pigeonholing you. I just gave you
no, like as a hard determinist, because I'm not a hard determinist.
Okay, then your position is contradictory.
No, it's not. I'm going off what I have evidence of, and I'm going off of that. I can't make determinations based upon what I don't know.
Okay.
So because there's information I don't have, and there's information that is not accessible to me, will never be accessible to me, a la the halting problem or Gödel's incompleteness theorem. So there is information that's not available to me. I can only work with what I have. And while there is evidence towards determinism and there's evidence towards free will, there's evidence for both. I can simply say I can only make decisions based upon what I priorly know, but I don't know all the potential outcomes of that and what my decisions will be after that fact. But I will decide in the moment, which means I have free will because I perceive that I have free will.
Okay. But do the implications of your decisions exist in the future? Do they exist?
Cloudy, I think we're off topic now, and we're past 25, which is where I had given you to. We've got a few people in queue. If you want to raise your hand, we can, and we have time at the end. We can bring you back up, but we need to bring up some other people who have been waiting for a while. We do appreciate you coming up. It was a good conversation. But feel free to raise your hand.
Your question, if that's okay.
Thanks, Cloudy. I just want to let you know there's lots of people in the text chats on YouTube and Discord cheering for you.
Mister, we appreciate you coming up. Fifthicus is up next. He's quite the interesting fellow. Fifthicus, you want to come up? Hello.
Hi. How are you?
So what would you like to talk to us about today?
Well, if we talk about brute facts, that's not a satisfactory answer. I mean, if you're asking why things are the way that they are, God is a very satisfactory answer because he's personal. Why a lot of times
that's an emotional appeal.
Not just an emotional appeal, it's an appeal for a satisfactory answer. When we ask why, we're asking for an explanation that either justifies more exploration or says to the person that no more additional exploration is needed. How can you have that with a universe that has no mouth, no feelings, no explanatory power whatsoever? It's better with a God who can explain stuff to us and take us by the hand and help us out.
Because the universe does have explanatory power. So.
One sec, I have no idea what you're saying. Like exploration? Like what does exploration have to do with a better explanation?
Well, if we're looking at a dead universe with no mouth and no feelings, there could be other explanations as to why an event is occurring that we don't know about, that the universe isn't telling us about. How will we ever know that we've done adequate enough exploration without a God with a mouth, feelings, and explanatory power to say, hey, keep exploring this way, or hey, stop exploring? I just don't see any way to solve that problem without a personal God to answer these why questions.
Well, that's because in our worldview it's not a problem, and you're just making an emotional appeal.
Can I try taking a crack? The fact that our universe is cold and unfeeling doesn't mean that we as humans should be cold and unfeeling. In fact, as the only agents that we are aware of on this blue and green planet, we should spend the one life that we know trying to be kind.
Well, the thing is, I mean, by natural principles, we say like comes from like. So if we're not cold and unfeeling and we have emotions, the question begged by natural principle is, where did those feelings come from? Evolution. Are we going to say that they just emerged as brute facts out of the unfeeling universe? That's unnatural. In fact, that's supernatural, where something feeling, us, came from something unfeeling, the unfeeling universe with no mouth, no feelings, no personality. That's unsatisfactory.
There's no contradiction there. And your use of satisfactory is an emotional appeal. Yes, we have feelings. Those feelings come from our brains, and our brains are the product of natural process. Evolution, thank you.
But
yeah.
that's not a brute fact. So you said that that's a brute fact. A brute fact is something that has no explanation. So emotions are not a brute fact.
Well, the thing is, I mean, that contradicts natural principles. By natural principles, we normally say like comes from like, a cat comes from a cat, a dog comes from a dog. Feelings would come from another personal agent.
So if you think there's some natural principle that says like comes from like, well, nothing in the early universe contained stars, planets, rivers, tornadoes, earthquakes, complex particles, oxygen, gold, uranium. None of those existed at the early universe. And so all of those things are different things that didn't come from the original stuff. So pretty much everything we see is emergent combinations of the original stuff. Like emotions are an emergent combination. None of it was originally in the Big Bang. It's so nowhere in nature do we say like comes from like. That's not a thing.
This is why when theists use the term like the Big Bang created stuff, that's improper language usage. The Big Bang didn't create anything. Things that are a result of the sequence of events from the Big Bang, which is the initial point of our observability. So like one thing leads to another, one leads to another, but the Big Bang didn't create anything.
And I just want to say, I think we have a good understanding of where feelings came from as multicellular organisms, and it means that for 2 billion years life had no spectrum, as far as we can tell, of feelings. Even with life it was cold.
Yeah, emotions are a pretty recent development as far as the planet.
But the thing is, by natural principles, we normally say like comes from like. And if you're saying it just emerges, that's the same as saying anything can happen, which is an extremely unsatisfactory explanation. Where
no.
Are you just invoking emergent properties to just avoid an otherwise necessary explanation? I mean, it's just
physicist. That is unsatisfactory to you because you don't like it.
So it is satisfactory to you because it's the only option other than God. It's just lazy scholarship and just really blasé. I mean, just saying it just emerges and happens, dumb. I mean, it's just lazy.
Let's go back to this like causes like thing. So that sounds a lot like a composition division fallacy to me. So like if I said water can only come from water, I mean, that would obviously make no sense, right? Because hydrogen atoms and oxygen atoms, neither of them are water. But when you combine them, you get water, right?
Supposedly, according to the theory, but we could go with other theories with that. I'm just trying to encapsulate what, if anything, natural means.
Wait. Water is H2O.
And according to the natural principle, when we define something as natural, it's like coming from like, if you're talking about something natural versus something that's supernatural.
No, it's not. TJump just explained it. Water is literally H2O, but you separate those two. You have hydrogen and you have oxygen. Hydrogen and oxygen separate are not water. The two of them together are water.
There's problems even with the atomic theory of water saying that it's hydrogen and oxygen. When they were doing their chemical studies, they were getting different ratios for hydrogen to oxygen. They were getting 100 to 1, 50 to 1. They were all over the place. Water may just be an indivisible elemental thing that's not necessarily hydrogen and oxygen. So even that theory is problematic. The point is, if we're going to define natural, it's like coming from like. So to break that natural circle that's going to last forever and be an infinite regression, you need something supernatural to step into the circle and jumpstart things like a god or something like that.
No, you don't. No, you don't. In physicists, you need to stop using theory when you're trying to use hypothesis. Okay? When you think theory, when we say theory, think explanatory model. And when we say hypothesis, think educated guess. Okay.
Okay. Well,
you're using those terms incorrectly. That's first and foremost the problem.
Okay. You're trying to come up with
there's no theory regarding the chemical formation of water, which is H2O.
Well, if we're
2 parts
talking
hydrogen, 1 part oxygen, that is water.
So maybe we should use a different example that's not as complicated as water, because water is apparently really complicated. So if I take a beaker of water and put in like magnesium sulfate and just let it cool, crystals are going to start to form. Now, magnesium sulfate and water aren't crystals. So crystals are coming from non-crystals, right?
Crystals would just be the magnesium sulfate. It's just magnesium sulfate, forming in a different way. That's just structure.
No.
That's just a structure, though.
No.
So you understand chemistry as well as you understand physics. Okay, gotcha.
So the only way to break natural circles like this, where we say something comes from something else with similar causative power and similar ability to create the thing, aka humans coming from other humans, and to break the infinite regression for a theist and philosophically appears to be something from outside of the natural circle, something supernatural in the category of God, or something that at least breaks this natural stuff where like comes from like.
No, again, it's competition division fallacy. You're making a competition division fallacy, and I'm trying to like walk through this. So let's go even simpler example. A brick. No brick is a wall, right? But if you add a whole bunch of bricks together, you can build a wall, right?
But aren't you making like a fallacy of a category, or like a category fallacy or something? You're saying that the crystal exists in the magnesium sulfate example from the micro, level to the macro level. We think of the ultimate stuff that's there, the thing that's essentially there being magnesium sulfate. The crystal is just a different structure of the same thing.
No, the crystal is a result of the combination of the water.
Crystals coming from crystals, we categorize it as what? Magnesium sulfate coming from magnesium sulfate in a different form. So aren't you kind of making a category error?
No. In chemistry, they bond.
You're confusing the structure of the thing with the thing itself.
If you put two different chemicals together, the chemicals mix and create a new thing. Two completely different chemicals, add them together, they fuse and make a new thing that was neither in either one of them.
So you're talking about the molecular mixing, making a new compound. Okay, yes. That's fine, but the way that we define that thing is by its structure, not by its essence. We say that the magnesium sulfate is not essentially magnesium sulfate. It has an essence that is deeper than magnesium and sulfate that can be broken apart into pure and pure constituents. So yet again, I'm going to have to call category error, where you're confusing the structure of a thing with the thing itself.
That's emotion.
So
emotions are a result.
Emotional appeal.
Well, no, not an emotional appeal. That
emotions are not a structure. What are you talking about?
Yes, they are. They are literally a structure in the brain. We can literally measure the structure in the brain, and we can mess with the structure in the brain. It's a structure in the brain. It's like crystals.
I think you're appealing to that as a materialist atheist, but you can't show me the structure of happiness, the chemical structure of sadness. I don't think you can.
Sure, we can. You said life comes from life. Is that true every time?
And one quick question.
I'll hand it over to Randall.
Sorry,
and
just
then answer that.
One quick question from our YouTube audience. It seems a little flippant, but it's from Kenat Hovand. It's asking, can you ask him if water is wet? Back to our regular program.
Well, wetness.
I have a better question. Synthesis. I have a better question. What TJump tried to explain with the magnesium sulfate and the water, you said it's just the same thing, but it's a different structure. How long can you breathe underwater? Because it's oxygen, right?
Yeah. How long can you breathe?
Breathe
underwater before drowning? A minute or two, maybe, if that, depending on whether I'm an Olympic swimmer, or 1 to 10 minutes.
Well, but
maybe longer if I've done different exercises, but usually like 1 to 10 minutes.
According to you, water is still oxygen and hydrogen, right? There's no difference. So you should be able to breathe underwater because there's enough oxygen for you to breathe. right?
But chemistry resolves that contradiction by saying that there are necessary structures in place that either allow you to break down that water in the current theory and get the oxygen or not. And that's assuming that the theory about water being hydrogen and oxygen is even correct.
What you said, like comes from like. So if oxygen exists, hydrogen exists, and water exists, it's all like. Because like comes from like. So you could be able to breathe under the water. See how your argument falls flat there? This is what TJump tried to explain with magnesium sulfate and water creating crystals. This is something new.
Well, TJump appeared to be
like water is
something that's something emerged.
Just like water is not like oxygen, is not like hydrogen.
Physicist, we have an audience question for you, by the way.
And hold on, and even your own explanation, humans come from humans, you are not like your dad. Your dad is different. You're not like your mother. Your mother is different. Like doesn't come from like, because if that were the case, you would be a clone.
Well, if unlike can come from something else that's unlike it, then why are we even talking about natural principles? Why are we invoking naturalism? In that case, if unlike can come from unlike, then fine. We have a spiritual God that made physical stuff like you, me, and other stuff to square the circle. I mean, either way, it still counts. I'm just wondering what, if any, working definition of naturalism you have, other than the rejection of theism, spirit, and anything that goes back to God. What does naturalism mean when you say something is natural or supernatural?
Oh man,
no one
JL explained to you that we can go back to the Big Bang and we have an explanation for everything, pretty much everything we see.
So like
your explanation is unsatisfactory. It even has problems even with the Big Bang model. They talk about the inability to form heavy elements. They talk about the fact that matter is not uniformly distributed throughout the universe. There's problems even with the Big Bang, and there's no person back there to witness it.
Stop.
Hey, physicists, hang on.
Like comes from like.
TJump is being dogpiled, and I'm not even getting a chance to get an explanation out. Shut up.
Physicists, if there was no witness, then how can you claim that a God created it?
Stop. Like comes from like is not a principle in any version of naturalism. That's something you made up. So no version of naturalism has that.
Okay, then I could have been born from a unicorn. I could have been born from a horse. The reason why you reject that statement is because a horse is unlike a human, and it is unnatural for that level of causation to occur.
No, the reason I reject that is because the empirical evidence shows that isn't the case. It's not because like comes from unlike. I don't care about like comes from unlike. That's not a principle in any version of naturalism. The reason I think you didn't come from a horse is because we have lots of empirical evidence that horses have different DNA and don't create humans.
And you have faith in that evidence, and you think that that evidence is sufficient enough to declare that humans come from humans. So now that we're talking about faith, let's talk about faith in a deity that makes everything else possible. Great.
Physicists, it's not faith. Faith is not evidence-based.
I just want to put that evolution states that a human will always be a human, a horse will always be a horse, a shark will always be a shark. And so any type of creationist saying otherwise, they just don't understand evolution.
So then what is evolution saying that's not tautological? If a horse is going to be a horse, then why is evolution invoked to say that we went from amoeba to human?
Sure, and I just want to remind everyone there are amoeba in every single branch of life, single cell, unicell, plant, animal, and fungus. And I just want to also put that when are we going to stop being a mammal? Would you mind answering?
We're created by a designer that made us to be a human specifically in that mammal class. Evolution is crap. Far Eastern mysticism. All is one.
Don't give me a
amoeba to human. So I believe in creationism with a creator that made things that can vary and adapt enough as humans to stay humans, but become adaptable humans, nothing more.
Please don't answer like a politician. Please explain when we're stopped going to be mammals.
That's fantastic, physicist. That is a positive claim. Now demonstrate how you know it to be true.
I can demonstrate it by the paucity of logic, by the lack of logic within its internal premises. If evolution is necessary for one thing to become another thing, then what is a thing in of itself? Greg Bonson talked about this when he was alive back in the 90s. Evolution talks about infinite becoming but no being. If ultimately I'm an amoeba that evolved into a human, why am I human in the first place? The logical paucity of evolution disproves it itself.
Why are there Americans?
Physicists, we are human because we evolved into this state.
Mm-hmm.
It's far Eastern mysticism.
And ask a simple question, physicist. You claimed earlier, physicist, you claimed earlier we cannot know any of this because there was no one there. And you now claim to know that God created. So you were there?
He was, and either I believe his account or I do not, as passed down and dictated to the
I don't care if he
was there. I'm
asking who observed it.
God did. He made the freaking thing.
Who
and
else?
He dictated it.
Who else? I mean, God can claim. God can just claim anything. According to you, someone has to have been there in order to observe it, in order for it to be true. So who, other than God, observed it?
Well,
because you're dismissing the Big Bang because humans weren't there to see it happen. So now, by that same standard, who was there to see your God creating?
Well, if you want to be technical about it, God is technically a Trinitarian.
I'm not
Godhead,
technical about it. I'm using your
so
rules, right?
There's at least 3 persons that are there. So you could talk to God the Father, God the Son, or God the Holy Ghost, and get a witness account that's much more appealing than no witness account with the Big Bang and Trinitarian men like yourself looking into the past and making guesses.
Physicists, are those one God?
One God manifest as 3 persons.
Okay,
3
great.
witnesses.
So which human was there to observe God, the Holy Ghost, and the Son, the Father, the Holy Ghost, and the Son, creating anything? Because I'm using your standard, right? Okay,
yeah,
so
but you're using it
poorly. We can dismiss it. We can dismiss it. We can dismiss it for the exact same reason that you dismiss every field in science.
So you're going to get rid of the Big Bang with no witness you're going to get rid of creation with at least 3 witnesses, human or not, or a Big Bang with no witnesses. How is that logical?
No.
Exactly.
That is not logical.
No witness for creation.
Physicist, the issue
I need a witness account from a God, an angel, from something. I need a witness account. And creation has that with the 3 persons of the Trinitarian Godhead.
Hold on. Bring God here, whether it's the Father, the Holy Spirit, or the Son. I don't care. Bring him here and have him make a witness statement.
We have the prophets. We have the Bible that is more than sufficient.
No.
Even if God came here, if you're ignoring that witness, we wouldn't even believe him if he said it.
I'm sticking to your standards. The prophets weren't there at the moment of creation. Only God was. So only the Father, the Holy Spirit, or the Son, any of those can make a witness statement. Can you bring them here to make a witness statement? That'd be great.
No, but we have the prophets, we have the Bible, we have Jesus, we have sufficient evidence right there. If you're rejecting that sufficient evidence, that points to you being rebellious and not wanting to look at the evidence at all. So even if God came here, you wouldn't believe it.
Oh, come on. Okay, stop. Physicists, you are making assertions about our position that are not warranted. Okay? You're essentially all of your reasoning here is circular. There's no one there to witness creation. If your God exists, I can demonstrate how the Abrahamic God does not exist, but that's beside the point. So there was no human beings there. So you saying that there's no human beings there to witness the Big Bang, and then you can't not demonstrate there was any witness there to witness creation, the moment of creation. You're contradicting yourself in that respect. It doesn't matter. The point is you are making positive claim after positive claim after positive claim. You positively claim that your God exists. You positively claim that you know it created things. You positively claim all these things. You predicate all of this on that it satisfies some explanation for you when there is no satisfactory explanation there. God did it is not a satisfactory explanation. Okay? This is an emotional appeal that you are making. Now, I asked you, point blank, demonstrate how you know this to be true. And you have yet to answer that question.
Mm-hmm. Broke him.
Oh, he got raptured.
You did break him.
Yep. You broke him.
Anything
JL.
emphasis?
You vicious guy, JL.
I will point out that somebody in our YouTube audience, K-Nut Hoven again, is saying if he wants a witness account of the Big Bang, it is called deep space telemetry and cosmic background radiation. So that's a serious comment.
Yeah, I wanted to go there, but this just goes to show the lack of understanding of physics, the lack of understanding of cosmology, the lack of understanding of biology that he's operating.
Hang on. That's a little much. Physicist, can I ask you a simple question from an audience member real quick?
Well, if he's got nothing, I'm assuming we're done with him.
No? All right.
Might be having technical issues.
I think he's having mic issues. I think his mic is broken.
Maybe try.
Or he's getting God.
So Taco, let's let JL Warren finish what he's saying, and then maybe you can put the question forward.
Maybe try rejoining too while he's talking.
I'm assuming that we're done with that, but essentially he's just operating from either a willful ignorance of, because this is what's infuriating, is because all of this has been explained to physicists in the past, and he's been given the papers that document it, he's been given the evidence that hands it out. Like he says, evolution is crap. Evolution is demonstrable. We have both observed it in nature and in the laboratory. We have observed it happening within 1 generation, 2 generations, 3 generations, and so on and so forth, all the way up to 80,000 generations. Evolution is an understood fact of reality. And then he turns around and calls it crap. Yes, it is, physicists. We have observed it in nature.
Thousands of generations of bacteria, all they are bacteria. And if bacteria are more fecund and more reproducing than humankind, well, then if evolution isn't happening in bacteria in all these generations, then it's not happening with anybody else.
Yes,
that's
it
logical.
Is. Yeah, no,
this is nothing but farming.
Physicists, evolution is occurring. Physicists, evolution is occurring. Evolution is occurring every time there is procreation taking place within a population. Evolution is occurring. Evolution doesn't occur to individual things. Evolution occurs in populations. This has been explained to you a number of times. If I have a population of 4 million dragonflies, and then by some evolutionary event, by some evolutionary pressure, that population is divided into 2 million and 2 million. And 2 million go north and 2 million go south. Okay? Over time, because of evolutionary pressures, certain traits will be positively selected for, some will be negatively selected for, and that results in morphological changes in those two populations until eventually the two can no longer breed with one another. And if enough morphological changes occur, then eventually you will not have one population will no longer resemble dragonflies anymore, but they are still genetically descended from them. Morphological,
but that's the generation. That's not a new structure being created.
I just want to ask.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Yes, it is, physicists, because morphological changes can result in the creation of new structures and can result in the loss of structures. This is where we get homologous structures from and vestigial structures from. This has all been explained to you, physicists, 100 times over. It is boring. And we're tired. We are tired of taking you to school on this every single time.
JL, let me explain one thing to physicists. He said bacteria are still bacteria. That sentence is exactly the same as saying animals are still animals. Does that mean that an elephant is exactly the same thing as a snake or a human?
Animals is still animals is a category that is useless for this level of discussion.
Which is exactly the same thing with bacteria.
Evolution does not an amoeba becoming a human beyond just a generalized animal class. Well, then what you're saying is not logical and meaningful.
Okay, everybody stop.
Physicists bounce. So here's the problem. Here's the problem in his reasoning. He is equating what we understand to be amoebas today as what existed 3 billion years ago. And that is where his failing is. Amoebas that exist today are not what existed 3 billion years ago when abiogenesis took place. Okay? What we have today, these unicellular organisms, the very primordial essence of when abiogenesis occurred, is where life branched out from. It is a massive tree on which everything you observe today draws back to this one singular event. Okay? Amoebas, as they exist today, are not what is claimed to have existed 3 billion years ago. That's not how evolution works. That's not the way it goes down. Okay? Humans didn't come from apes. Humans are apes, and we evolved alongside our taxonomically related relatives, which are the other taxa, the other genera, which are Pongo, Pan, and Gorilla, and Homo. We are the last remaining members of that genera. Okay, and that all goes back 14 million years to another common ancestor, and then those go back even further. Everything goes back in a tree. Okay, but saying this whole claim that human beings came from an amoeba, that is not what we claim. That is a misrepresentation of evolutionary biology and a misrepresentation of multiple fields. Okay, this has been explained to him 100 times before, and he keeps coming up just like Otangelo does, making the exact same arguments when they've been debunked 100 times over.
They all do that. So next.
That's just mean.
What's going on, Nephilim? How are you doing today, sir?
Muted.
Gotta unmute yourself.
Speaking of the person who, no, I'm not going
to. I would try to
bring it up. I'm not going to bring it up.
There. You can try to rejoin if you want.
Okay, he left. Speaking of the guy who ran from a debate on evolution with me.
Gotta hit the unmute button, Neff.
He ran from everyone's debate, as far as I know.
Oh, he's server muted.
There's probably a reason for that.
Okay, so I guess we need to move on to the next person until that can be taken care of.
Let me get him on server muted.
In the meantime, why don't we bring up another guest, and then we'll come back to Nephilim Free. We've got an audience who would like to hear that. I think Boomerstein was indicating in the live text chat that he's got something to augment what our previous guest just was saying. Yeah.
I think he's a
while they're bringing that up, that the reason he didn't answer why we will never be a mammal is because that would debunk creationism. We're always going to be a mammal. We're always going to be primates. We're always going to be humans. That will continue into the future because evolution is a force of nature and a fact.
Well, there may be a point where we lose attributes that technically define us as mammal, because at one point, when tetrapods were first walking, species like Tiktaalik were walking, it's not technically a mammal, but it had mammalian traits. Just like dinosaurs. Dinosaurs were technically combinations of birds and reptiles. And so they had both traits. It depends upon, ectothermic or endothermic. These things can change over time depending upon the evolutionary pressures. So there may be a time, 10,000, 100,000, a million years in the future, if we haven't destroyed ourselves by then, that human beings don't look anything like what we are, and that there could be a predilection towards ectothermic responses in human beings that could result in our species becoming an ectothermic species. It just takes.
Can we move the next speaker now?
Even in a billion years, we will still be a
next.
So I did invite up WizKid, I guess Whale. We'll go ahead and pull you up. What's going on, Whale?
Yo, what's going on? How you guys doing?
Pretty good. What have you got for us today?
Well, I see you guys up here every Sunday, and I know most Christians Sunday morning.
Okay, I just need to clarify. We're only up here every fortnight. That's every 2 weeks.
Every other Sunday we're here.
So how do you know God ain't trying to communicate to you on these other Sundays? How a cable company's hey, I'm going to be here around this time at this certain time.
Oh, this is a great question.
So he's trying to get in touch with me about my extended warranty?
What a lovely
question. No, exactly. No, that's all I got. I thought I'd get a good laugh out of you guys with that one.
Woo-hoo.
Thank you. That was a lovely question.
All right. Well, no, I enjoy hearing you guys talk every Sunday. I enjoy everyone up here. I love what you guys are doing. You can put me back down now.
I need to clarify every fortnight. I'm just curious. Are you theist or atheist? Or...
Before you go, Will, can I answer your question?
Yes, and I am. I don't even know what I am.
Yeah. No, God can't answer us on the other Sunday because he's outside of space and time.
Oh yeah, no, that
There are no
happens. Like you got to like call the manager about that. I think that's like the Holy Spirit.
I don't know. I think he's
Yeah,
busy.
there are no Sundays where he is.
He's busy helping somebody find their car keys and neglecting the starving children in Africa.
and helping sportsmen and women win games.
Well, I see two more people down there with their hands waved. I was just coming up here joking. I let them come up and speak. They probably have something more serious than I do.
Thanks, Will. It was great.
Thanks for
No
the
problem.
joke. It's always fun to keep it light.
Hello, Nephilim Free.
What's going on?
How goes it?
The giants are indeed free.
Mm-hmm.
I hear breathing.
And most of them were created on a forum that I was part of.
Also, if anybody wants to chat with us, feel free to queue up. We'll bring you up next or in order, obviously, but feel free to raise your hand. But what's going on today, Nephilim?
Oh, just having fun kicking atheist ideas around the yard.
Oh, what kind of ideas?
Well, like evolution, like,
I just explained evolution.
Materialism and stuff.
Oh, and could you turn up your microphone a little bit?
Oh, okay. I'll move it closer. Yeah, evolution. That's a nonsensical anti-science idea.
It's not. I just explained it.
It's disproved by 20th century science.
No, it's not.
Sure it is.
No, it's not. I literally just
DNA.
explained it. I literally just explained it to physicists.
The existence of DNA.
Neffy, do you have a link to the paper that disproved it?
Don't need a paper, just need the scientific facts.
No, you need a paper. In science, you need a paper.
Obviously, if this was scientific fact, if this was scientific fact, it would have been reported on.
Talk over me, I see. Okay.
Obviously, if this was scientific fact, there would have been somebody who reported on it, and that would have been a published article that you could reference.
Listening to. When you can let somebody talk instead of pretending you want to hear them, you'll have something worth listening to.
Nephilim, you have no evidence to back up your claim.
So are you going to interrupt me endlessly every time I open my mouth, or you guys have any courage?
No, we asked you for evidence. You don't have any.
Okay, so I was trying to say something. So what I was saying is that the discovery of the properties of DNA by themselves have refuted evolution theory and shown that we haven't in fact a designer, because DNA is
they've confirmed evolution.
Algorithms and linguistics, and those things arise only from intelligence. Chemistry has no potential to create them.
There's no algorithm and linguistics in DNA.
Hold on, Peter. What do you think the planet simulator is doing over at McMaster University?
How is that? What are you saying? That proves that linguistics, algorithms, and prescriptive functional information can arise from pure chemistry?
No, these are emergent properties of a brain.
Okay, so you haven't. You have some argument against what I said?
Also, DNA arose naturally, so you would need a reason why it's intelligently designed.
I just demonstrated it can't be.
It can't be what?
It can't be intelligently designed.
You didn't demonstrate it. You just claimed. Neffy, there's a difference between claiming something and providing evidence for your claim.
I did. I told you the properties.
You're in the business. You're in the business of claiming, and you're very good at claiming. You're very terrible at providing evidence for your claim.
No, I provided.
Which is why I asked you for the paper.
Okay, so I explained that modern science has discovered that DNA is a four-dimensional package of prescriptive functional information, which operates algorithmically and linguistically.
Four-dimensional?
Those properties cannot be
Can
produced.
you link us? Can you link us to that discovery?
I gotta find.
I'm just curious.
Do you have any courage?
I'm curious.
When you have the courage to not talk over me, you'll have something worth listening to.
I'm just curious.
I'll try again.
Do you have a link to that discovery?
He's done. I'll try again. Okay, so
Yeah.
yes,
Do you
I
have
have
a link to that discovery?
Are you done? Okay, so science papers publish this. It is published in the mainstream journals that DNA is
Where?
prescriptive functional information, algorithms, and linguistics.
Oh, he's
Where?
quoting from Creation
And,
Ministries
and
International.
therefore, no, mainstream science journals
No,
like
no,
Nature.
this is creation.com.
Okay,
This is
No,
literally
mainstream
creation.com.
science
Link us,
like Nature.
Nephilim, link us to those discoveries.
Okay, so
Where can we find those? Where did you
here-
find them?
Well,
Okay, so I'll
Neff,
respond
Neff,
when you're
there's one
ready.
thing you didn't explain
you
yet,
ready?
because you said that these things can only come about by a mind. Is there a scientific paper that says processes and coding can only come about by a mind?
Endlessly appealing to authority is not going to help you if you can't discuss the subject without appealing to somebody else's
Well, no,
ideas.
I'm asking
Can
you.
No,
can
we're
you
not
discuss
appealing
it?
to authority.
Wait,
We're
wait, wait, wait.
asking
Can you
you
discuss it?
for your
Okay, you
source.
guys-
Peter, one sec.
No,
Neff,
Are you
I'm
ready
asking
to
you.
have a
we're
discussion?
asking you
Peter,
for
one
your
sec.
source.
Peter, one sec. Neff, I'm asking you, why
you
do you
able to
think only
without talking over someone?
Neff, one sec. I'm asking you, why do
Okay,
you
you
think
Next
processes
time,
can
try that.
only one sec. All right. So I wanted to hear, like, why does he think that only processes that are from a mind can produce like patterns and language? Like, he's asserted this, but I haven't heard him justify why he thinks that, because Shannon information theory says we can get information just fine, natural stochastic processes.
So I just pulled up the article that he's reading from, and it's on creation.com, Creation Ministries International. And the title of it is "The Four-Dimensional Human Genome Defies Naturalistic Explanations." So there is a lot of stuff here, and there is essentially going down to the conclusion. This is an argument from incredulity. And completely, it says nothing about abiogenesis. It just says that it cannot possibly be naturalistic. That's all that this is saying. Basically, it's, I claim the genome could not have arisen through known naturalistic processes. The evolutionist who wants to take up this challenge must give us a workable scenario, including the source of informational changes, an account of the amount of mutation necessary, and a description of the selective forces necessary, all within the proper time frame. So essentially, the person who wrote this, and this article was written by Robert Carter. The person who wrote this is asking for what the Planet Simulator project at McMaster University is currently working on. That is literally the question that they are trying to currently answer. This takes time. But going down to the very, very bottom of this thing, like where are his sources and everything, references and notes, and all the references and notes go to other things in creation.com. So there are no papers that this article is connected to whatsoever. So this is literally creationism stuff.
Okay. I thought I'd try one more time. I'd give you one more chance.
No over talking.
Allow
Neff.
somebody to have a discussion instead of talking.
Wait a minute. He's talking. Don't interrupt him. All right, JL, continue.
So that debunks this. So this article that he's quoting from creation.com has no reputable sources behind it. All of the sources that it's citing also come from creation.com, and at the very, very end of this whole thing, of this whole article, is literally just in the conclusion of this whole thing, which is a massive deal, is literally, I claim the genome could not have arisen through known naturalistic processes. There is no explanation as to why it is impossible. It's just saying, I claim it. So no, you're literally, no, Nephilim, you're literally citing an article I found in 30 seconds, like 10 seconds. Okay, you're citing an article in which it is literally just a claim and there is no evidence given. It's literally, this whole thing is literally an argument from incredulity.
Okay, so can I respond?
We've been having
Can I respond?
genes for 4.5 billion years, and we haven't had intelligent creations until the past million, and definitively past 100 to 200,000 years. And there you go, Neff, all yours.
So can I respond?
Yes.
Okay. So I didn't refer to anything in creation.com. I'm referring to papers published in mainstream science journals, including Nature. Okay, for example, the Karolinska Institute of Sweden, one of the world's foremost biomedical research facilities, states that the grammar in the human genomic language is more complex than that of any spoken human language, published in 2012. And I have other sources. So
that
it's
doesn't
a
say
modern
anything about a
discovery
creator.
that DNA is in fact prescriptive functional information.
Now,
It
hang on a second,
operates
Nephilim. Let's look at the first
algorithmically.
ones. Nephilim.
It
Stop.
operates
Let's look at the first
algorithmically
claim.
and
Nephilim.
linguistically.
Nephilim. Let's look
And
at the first one.
those are
The
properties
first paper
that
you
can only
cited,
arise from intelligence.
Nephilim. The first paper you
You're
cited
talking over me
doesn't
again.
get you to a
I didn't
creator.
get
It's
to
simply
finish my
saying
statement.
that genetics is complex.
I'll talk to you when you don't talk over me.
So Nephilim, you literally the first paper you cited is not evidence for your claim. It's literally just stating that genetics is very complex.
No, it's
that the combinations of GAT and GATC are very complex. That's it.
No,
and
no,
technically,
actually-
it's not a language. That's an abuse of language. Just like genetics, just like GATC is not a code. This
Okay,
is an
so
abuse
that's
of
not what
language.
the papers say. The papers don't say what you say. They say that it is linguistic, that it's algorithms. I mean, and that it's that the linguistics of DNA, the grammar.
You have links to those
is
papers?
more complex than that of any spoken human language. That's what they actually state.
And remember,
We have
complexity
links
is
to those
not the
papers.
hallmark of design. So what Neff is presenting is basically why it's natural.
Wait,
and
Amy,
like Peter
Amy,
said, where's
Amy,
those
wait,
papers?
Amy.
Excellent point, Amy.
Amy, wait. Nephilim, do you have links to those papers you just cited?
I don't have a link, but I can tell you where to find it. The title of the paper is Complex Grammar of the Genomic Language, published in the journal Nature, November 9th, 2015, Karolinska Institute. They state, and I quote them, their analysis reveals that the grammar of the genetic code is much more complex than that of even the most complex human languages.
Yeah, and you see that in the summary of the paper that I just pulled up. Grammar is literally in quotations because they're not meaning grammar like language.
They don't use quotations.
I'm looking at it
paper.
right now. I have it pulled up on my phone. The Karolinska Institute, November 9th, 2015. The Karolinska Institute. Okay. Summary. The grammar of the human genetic code is more complex than that of even the most intricately constructed spoken languages in the world. Grammar in that first sentence is in quotation marks.
Excellent.
They are letting you know that it is not that it is not grammar like we think of grammar.
Then demonstrate it's not.
It's not. They're literally indicating it in the article. I have it pulled up right
Demonstrate it
here.
isn't. It's also prescriptive functional information that can't arise from nature either.
That is a claim, and no, you can't back that up.
Well, sure. Information arises from information is knowledge conveyed from a sender to a receiver, employing the language agreed upon by both parties. That can't.
No,
be
you were
produced by nature.
no. Now you're applying information to two forms of information differently. Because genetic information is not a form of communication. You're using the communication form of information in a genetic sense, and that is an abuse of language.
No,
you
that's
can't do that.
exactly
That's just
right,
like calling
yeah.
It's like calling genetic code a code, like
No,
a computer code. That's an abuse of language.
And I just
That's
want to say
no, that's
information
exactly
is
what it's
actually the
stated to be.
translation of symbols. And so it doesn't need to be a conscious agent that does it. It's why you can just have a camera reading data and translating that into information to ship a box to a correct location.
Well, that's incorrect. What's been discovered is that DNA actually possesses these properties. I'll give you a citation from Abel and Trebers. They state, and I quote them, no matter how many bits of possible combination it has, there is no reason to call it information if it does not at least have the potential to produce something useful. What kind of information produces function? In computer science, we call it a program. Another name for software is an algorithm. No man-made program comes close to the technical brilliance of mycoplasmal genetic algorithms. Mycoplasmas are the smallest known organisms with the smallest genome to date. How was its genome and those of other living organisms programmed? End quote.
They weren't programmed. That's the problem. Is that
They
you're
were.
using terminology
You're in
incorrectly.
denial of 20th century science.
It's not a denial of 20th century science. It is a pointing out that you are abusing language when you do this.
No.
Okay,
I'm
the
just
two are
citing
not
what
analogous.
science has
The two are
discovered
not
about
analogous,
DNA.
Nephilim. Nephilim, the two are not analogous, and you need to stop doing it.
No, I'm just pointing out what modern science has discovered about
No,
DNA.
you're not. You're abusing language.
You're talking
You're
over me
taking
again.
sources that abuse language.
You're talking over me again.
Yeah, you're absolutely, you're damn right. You're goddamn right. I'm going to talk over you, Nephilim, because
so when
you
have
are
the courage to
abusing
debate
language
without
in order to make
talking
your
over
point.
someone, something you say will be worth listening to. So
Nephilim,
somebody else,
you are abusing language to make your point. The
can
two
someone
things are
else
not
have a
analogous.
discussion? Is there anyone else who can have an actual discussion?
Well, I just want to say that these papers aren't pointing in the direction of a god, and a
I didn't say they
complexity
were.
is not the hallmark of a god. So I want to
Oh.
know why you think we should believe in a god.
Okay. Well, that's a different subject. I didn't say the papers prove God. What they prove is that life has a designer. That's what they prove.
You
The
asked if
question
you wanted to have a
the question
conversation.
today is not whether
Nev-
or not life is designed. The question is, who is the designer? That's the only question left today.
Okay,
Because
if the question is who is the designer, then first we need to establish if the designer you propose actually exists. So
I have reasons to believe.
How can we get some evidence whether or not your exists? Because if he doesn't exist, he didn't design anything.
Yeah. So I do have reasons to believe that the biblical God is the designer.
I'm not asking for reasons for you to believe. I'm asking for evidence of your designer actually existing.
My reasons
Those
for
are two
believing
different
is the
things.
evidence. No, that is the evidence. That's my reasons for
No,
believing.
no. Your reason to believe and the fact that you believe is not evidence.
Okay, you're not
That is
following
a claim.
along. My reasons for believing is the evidence. Can you follow that? Do you
Yeah.
understand that statement?
What's your evidence?
Well, there's multiplicities of evidence. One is that the Bible proves itself to be the inspired Word of God.
Why should we believe the Bible?
Because it has historical foreknowledge that goes far beyond what's reasonable.
Why should we believe
Okay,
the
when you're
Bible?
able to allow me to speak without talking over me, you'll have something to say that that's worthy of me listening to it. Are you able to?
Okay, we're done with him. So
I just
he wants to be
want
dishonest
to
all day
know,
long. I'm
because-
sick and tired of his intellectual dishonesty, and I'm sick and tired of his nonsense. The conversation is old. We already know where that's going to go. That his reasoning is that he's using the Bible to prove the claims of the Bible, and it's like I said, there's no point in getting on that merry-go-round because it doesn't go anywhere.
And can I just point out that evolution versus creationism is a proxy war, because there is no evolution versus creationism. There is evolution because it's a fact, and you can either accept that fact as a theist or an atheist.
And the big point, the really important thing on that is that God, the existence of a God, and the truth of and the fact of evolution and the hypothesis of abiogenesis these are not mutually exclusive concepts. They're not. A God could exist, like a God or a deity or a deity could exist, and evolution could be the means by which it diversified life, and abiogenesis could be the means by which it created everything. So these are not mutually exclusive concepts. Okay? And his intellectual dishonesty and willful ignorance is just aggravating as hell.
Now to add to Amy's point, I often tell people, it's creationism versus abiogenesis.
That too.
True, yeah. It should be creationism versus abiogenesis, not creationism versus evolution.
Yeah, very different things. Yeah.
The YouTuber A Bit of Orange fell into that same trap, thinking that...
Well, wouldn't it more like creationism versus like Big Bang cosmology?
Yeah, you could go all the way to you could go all the way back, I guess, creating the universe.
So Taco, that's also correct. It depends on angle that, as JL Warren's just alluding to, that they're focusing on. So if it's on life, then it's abiogenesis. If they're focusing on the creation of all of the universe, the cosmos, life, universe, and everything, then that would be the Big Bang. Or you can go even further back to the beginning of the cosmos, which, our universe is suspected to not necessarily be the same age as the cosmos. The cosmos could be a lot older, or we could be in the first universe in the cosmos. We don't know.
Right, and there's also a bunch of deistic concepts too, like necessity and that type of thing. Anyways, what's going on, Holy Relic?
Hello. I want to talk to TJump specifically about something. Is that fine? Are you there, TJump?
What?
You have a fan.
Am I getting paid?
Yeah. No, you're not getting paid. But I just have a question. This isn't an argument. I just want to clarify one point that you made.
Your mom.
So, okay, that's a great answer. Okay, anyway, the point I'm trying to get at here is that you said that something along the lines of, if I can prove that there's another B theory of time, then that disproves that it necessarily is the case that it disproves the fact that it's necessarily the case that there can't be like a first cause type argument or whatever.
What? That was an infinite regress thing. It was like if it's logically possible that you can have a present moment and an infinite past, that disproves the fact that it's logically impossible to have an infinite regress.
Yeah, I have a question. So yeah, that is correct, but why? Just a personal question. Why in my life and like all observed human history have we not seen B theory of time? Doesn't it not seem like
Why have we not seen a theory of what?
Why have we not seen it enacted? So why is time seemingly sequential?
Enacted?
Like why is it sequentially going from the past to the present seemingly?
Because that's the way it seems. What does that have to do with anything?
Because we're three.
My point is that I feel like it's more likely that a theory of time exists.
Technically, because we
literally doesn't matter. Like the point of the argument.
In the third dimension.
Hold up. It doesn't. The point of the argument wasn't that B theory of time was likely or the most likely. Like I don't accept the B theory of time. That wasn't the point of the argument. The point of the argument was: is it logically possible to have a past infinite regression and a present moment? Like I don't accept the B theory of time either. So
I got it. So if would you accept that the A theory of time is the most likely to be true or no?
no, it's not. It's not the consensus in physics. I go with the consensus in physics, which is neither the A theory nor the B theory.
Okay, that's all I wanted to clarify. That's it. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much.
See ya.
Awesome. And if anybody would like to come up, feel free to raise your hand. We'd love to have you come up here and chat with us. But do any of y'all have any comments on any of the guests we've had so far, or any other discussions that we've had so far?
Yeah, Nephilim, get good. God, sorry.
Nephilim's fun.
He's just aggravating me ever since he ran from the debate that I was supposed to have with him on evolution.
Hello, Viking Zek. Welcome.
What is up, my fellow Canadian brother? So all I wanted to say is thank you to you guys in particular for lowering the intelligence of the entire Discord by bringing up Nephilim. That was amazing. My brain hurts.
You're welcome. Right? That was my idea. You are 100% welcome.
The combination of Nephilim and physicists, just outweighs like Otangelo by
Epiphysis was definitely the first step. Yes, and it was the natural progression. The only thing worse would now to be bring up Mr. Batman, and that is not a suggestion. Please don't.
No, last encounter we had on here with him, he got into all kinds of bigotry that I ended up making some rather strong statements in response to. Nothing bad. It's just,
Randolph had to make an executive decision. He had to make an executive decision in the only way a Canadian can.
Yeah, I handled it politely, but I stated very clearly that his ideas were not acceptable. It was anti-LGBTQ stuff, I believe, and anti-sexual orientation stuff.
What did he say that
handled those well?
What?
And I
don't know why.
Yeah, what just happened?
I have no idea. He popped up and it said Vikings up here right now, so we don't need him up. So.
And now a God 420 just mysteriously appeared. Wow, this is an interesting stream. Okay, so Viking, did you have any ideas you wanted to present forward to us here?
Not really. Unfortunately, I'm pretty much in the same boat as the rest of this panel.
Oh, you're a fellow atheist. Well, hey, that's I'll make a note of that in the chat here, in the YouTube description.
I gotta tell you, it's like it's a total side note, but as far as like Canada goes, I am like in love with Nova Scotia and Newfoundland. I really am. I like that, those coastal areas. I just like, they're gorgeous, and I fell in love with those through various shows I've watched that shoot up there in those locations. But man, those some gorgeous areas up there.
Honestly, out in Prince Edward Island, you have the most beautiful country, and you have the most beautiful pink roads, and you have the best potatoes anywhere in Canada.
He's calling for you, TJump. The best potatoes.
Yeah, so you'll find those areas are kind of quiet. They have, and they're quite nice for people who want to have a quiet life. If you're more inclined toward big city life, you'll enjoy Vancouver, BC, or Toronto, Ontario, and places like that a lot more.
It
Well,
also came back full circle. We're talking about good old-fashioned potatoes. Boil and mash them, stick them in a stew.
Well, if I ever emigrate, which is looking more likely if I get the opportunity to do so. If I ever emigrate, if I try to get out of Gilead before it becomes Gilead, then I'm looking at Nova Scotia or Newfoundland because.
No. You want to go to the Okanagan?
Oh, really?
I'll say that flat out. The Okanagan is the best spot in Canada.
I have a question for the Canadians.
Uh-oh.
Prince Albert Island, is that a good place to get a piercing?
I don't think I've ever been to Prince Albert Island.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I thought someone mentioned it earlier. I was
Most
curious.
guys only go once.
You mean Prince Edward Island?
Anyway.
I may have misheard.
So I'm thinking that we're probably close to the end here, unless somebody else wanted to join in and provide any perspective. Otherwise, we can go with our final thoughts, and I think we'd be happy to let our guest here give some final thoughts if that's the case. Viking Zach, did you have any final thoughts on our program today on how various things went? Oh, there's somebody actually in the stream who's wanting to raise their hand, but if you wanted to share some final thoughts about it before we end the stream.
Yeah, and if anybody else that's a theist thinks they can convince us a God exists, we're totally open ears. We want to be convinced. That's why we're here, but not happening really. What's going on, Angel?
As far as any final thoughts that I have, I think that J.L. Warren has pretty much demolished anybody who decided to come up here. I mean, especially the people with actual thoughts, although I'm not sure if you could call Nephilim or Cloudy any of those. But I did want to say, TJump, I am a huge fan of you. I love your reasoning methods. You're fantastic.
Thank you. Send me money or hot bonds.
Hey, well, I mean, I'll never be. No, I'm not going to say that. But Viking, did you happen to catch his debate against Darth Arianis?
I'm not sure if I caught Darth Arianis.
That was a good one. That was a really good one.
TJump did a debate moderated by Tom Rabbit, and he debated. And TJump, you debated Darth Arianis on whether or not you're an idiot.
Oh, that was like last night, wasn't it? I missed it. I was going to watch that.
It was so brilliant. You have to go watch it.
It was so good. It was like 2 nights ago. It was so good.
I just figured, how long are you going to extend the syllable no?
My opening is yes, I am an idiot. So
I'll say you took the positive position.
Yep.
If I can interrupt, can I make my closing statements because something came up and I have to go.
Oh, okay, sure. And then just going to say, Viking Zach, thank you for joining us. We're going to move on to Angels Freeman just after Peter speaks. Thank you for joining us, Viking Zach.
Thank you, Viking.
Okay. I just wanted to say this is always a lot of fun, and today was something special. JL, thanks for the interaction with Cloudy. That probably made my day.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah, I'll see all of you back in 2 weeks, I guess.
Take it easy, bud.
See ya.
Send
Okay.
love, Peter.
Catch you guys later.
I'm actually supposed to debate Cloud.
Take care, Peter.
He wants to debate me on the existence of God, and I'm trying to get that set up with a moderator. Now I'm kind of like, But anyway, Angels Freeman.
Yeah, just like to say it was nice to see Whale come up. He's always good fun. and Nephilim and physicists. Oh my word. Isn't that something?
We had a whale of a time.
This is a very, very fun group of guests today.
It's
I had fun. This was very fun.
So, Angels Freeman, did you have something for
I
us?
stopped arguing with Nephilim. Yeah. I've been hanging around on PNR for a while, and I've been talking with Nephilim and a few of the other people. And it was just so pleasant to see you guys hold Nephilim to it in a format where he didn't have a mute button just to tell you guys, just try to mute you. Because usually that's what he does. And once you start to get to a point where you're holding his feet to the fire, he'll just mute you. And, we've found sources before, brought him sources. Like, I guess my question is, how can you express to somebody like that you've already talked to them so many times, and unless they up their game, like JL said, like, be better. Like, I just don't know why they keep coming back with the same BS and never advance their arguments.
From
1999.
The only I could posit from this is that, I mean, you can posit it one of two ways. One is that they're being willfully ignorant. They actually do understand what we're trying to say to them, and they just willfully ignore it. It's like, nope, I'm just going to ignore all that, and that they're doing it on purpose. And the purpose, and the only reason they would do this is because they know that there are going to be people out there that they interact with who haven't acquired as much education on these things that they could potentially manipulate with this. They could say, "Oh, look at all this that I have," and then they can kind of overwhelm the less versed and manipulate them into believing their position. So, and they do this over and over, and I think that Nephilim personally, he does this because he knows he's going to get shut down, and it essentially makes him look like he's being persecuted. So it kind of fulfills the Christian persecution complex that he's got.
Stealing my ideas, JL. Come on.
Right. So Nephilim will come up here, and he knows he's going to espouse his stuff. We know he's going to espouse his stuff. He knows we're going to debunk him. We know he's going to debunk him. But if he's like, no, you keep interrupting me, you won't let me talk like that. I'm a victim. I'm being victimized. I can't. You're suppressing the truth. And then he eventually acts such a fashion that he gets kicked. Then he can say, I was the victim. They wouldn't let me speak. And blah, 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 blah. And basically, it fulfills his Christian persecution complex, and then he can go and appeal that to other people and be like, the atheists, they just won't let you talk. And, it's just the big vicious circle there. That, or, he's a Poe, and he's just doing it for the lulz.
I think it's the lulz. Because he can't be that, I don't know what he's doing, but he's definitely not in the audience. He's already spoke, so he doesn't care to listen to anybody else. He could be busy. I don't know. But, it is the end.
The best way
I just find it very disingenuous. Just very disingenuous, that's all.
Right.
The best way to handle guys like that is like a lawyer, just like J.L. Warren was kind of holding his feet to the fire. It's what they want to do to us. It's what people like Darth Dawkins want to try and do. And so the mechanism that you need to use is just simply the Socratic method. Ask questions about their own beliefs. Answer truthfully when they ask you questions, but it really should be a 1-for-1, and you should be trying to figure out why Nephilim Free thinks that giants are real. Because, once again, I love all theists out there, but that is ridiculous.
Well,
he linked to me.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
You know all those, like, I think they're from 2008, 2010, something like that. All those giant discovered articles and like Egypt and other places that were posted all over the internet. That's what he linked to me. He linked to me a couple of those when he told me that he believes in giants.
Yeah. Well, he's
the joke article.
Yeah, he's not interested in science. He's interested in filling his narrative to a way he feels comfortable, and then once he has a comfortable story, I think he just sticks to it. No need to change it. It works.
I still think it's funny that he ran away from a debate from JL and then claimed that JL did it. That was funny.
Oh, that was hilarious. Yeah, that I forgot all about that. That's right. That's right.
I mean, I got
Come
to
in and
read
lay
the
down
emails, so
gauntlet.
I know who's telling the truth there.
Yeah, he laid down the gauntlet, and then he backed
Ran
out.
away.
Yeah.
I
Well, it
challenge
was
you
very
to a
nice to
duel,
see you do that,
sir.
JL. Again, I would like to find a way to calmly not, I don't want to hurt Nephilim. I guess I'm getting soft, but at the same time, it would be nice if he could up his game a little bit and be more honest when he doesn't know. And just, even if he just said it seems this way to me, that it must be this way, I'd have a lot more respect for him than him just telling me it is that way.
Agreed.
Right? So I guess that's what I'm after. I'm after having the Christians be less confident in their assumptions, and I'm kind of curious how they can be so confident, like all in. And it's got to be some kind of brainwashing, self brainwashing. I don't know.
It's
But
the
anyway, I'll just leave
Dunning-Kruger
it there.
effect, but
I don't know what it is.
Yeah.
it's the
but I'm
Dunning-Kruger
curious.
effect.
And I'll attest. I will attest. Indoctrination goes deep. Goes like big time deep. I didn't realize how deep until I was on my path of deconversion, and because I was brought up in the faith, and at one point, you get that one moment where something just doesn't make sense, and then that elicits inquiry because my parents raised me to always ask if something doesn't suss out, always figure out why. And so this one thing popped up, one thing led to another, and then you go down the path, and eventually I was but when there were certain truths that I came to in my deconversion process where you're talking about like real existential issues, like existential dread, like I am fully responsible for my entire life, and I am fully responsible for determining my purpose and my value, and I'm fully responsible not only for my actions but also my inactions. That was a hard truth to swallow and almost sent me running right back to religion, because religion alleviated me of that responsibility, because I could always say it's God's plan or God moves in mysterious ways. So there's always an excuse there. But when I realized that this thing does not exist, therefore the responsibility for these things falls on me, both my action and my inaction. That's a hard responsibility to have to just drop in your lap. And so I didn't realize years later the indoctrination, how deep those roots run. And how, when things get scary or things get tough, your brain's like, oh, I don't want to deal. And then you just have to muscle your way through that and recognize it. What I search for and what I hope is the one debate that I had with a theist. And this was the best debate I've ever had with a Christian, is essentially his position was, I believe that there's a God. I know that it is irrational. I have no evidence to support its existence. I believe in this thing because it provides psychological utility for me. It makes me feel better about my place in the universe. I can't demonstrate the truth of it. It's something that just I derive value from, and therefore that's what it is. That's it. And he recognized the irrationality, that it wasn't rational. It was completely emotional, that there was no logical basis in it, and it's all good to go. And he was fine with that. And I was like, okay, that's intellectually honest. I can't argue against that, because he was able to accept that. And if they could all be that way, that'd be fantastic.
So we do have one other person raising their hand if we want to go to them before we end.
I was going to actually say something.
Thanks, guys.
We actually already have Boomer Stein in here.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I've been waiting.
What do you want, Boomer?
Yeah, what's up? I don't like defending Cloudy, but I feel like I kind of have to, even though he's pushing ex nihilo, whatever the hell it's called.
Oh, the appeal to divinity?
No.
Because he was talking about ex divinity, he was saying that his explanation was out of God.
Okay, I'm definitely not defending him then. Okay,
like ex divinae is it ex divinae is what he called it?
Okay, so I don't have to defend him. That's good.
Yeah, that was his explanation. It's out of God. God wills it, and therefore it is. So he was.
So you asked. So you asked for a mechanistic way of creation, correct?
Yeah, how out of God, how did the heavy elements form, and how did those come about, and then the planets the stars, and then galaxies, and then So on and so forth.
I think you can. So here's where it comes into just like what you think makes the most sense, because I feel like we've had this discussion before. And you said to me like you don't accept supernatural, but I mean if you can apply personhood to the changing of energy, that is divinity. Because the way like even though like the way we perceive time is pretty weird, I think you can argue that energy changing is within time, and any like rate of change is time.
Right. But I don't see how you could apply personhood to like the first law.
That's not what I mean. I mean the actual creation of like movement with energy and turning into the Big Bang could have actual personhood behind it.
Oh, you're
I
talking
think that
about
you can
like
argue
you're talking about like the deistic explanation.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
really
that's what I
powerful
mean.
enough agent. Oh yeah, yeah.
I think that's a fair mechanistic perspective. It's not really helpful for Christians.
Yeah, it's just there's nothing I can reject it just because on its unfalsifiable properties. It's just kind of like, okay, we can assert that. That's fantastic. There's nothing to support it, so I'll
But
just
it's the
reject
same either way. It's an equal
Right.
claim as saying nothing. That's
Gotcha.
I just think that's a fair. I don't know. I didn't think you disagree, but I think that is a mechanistic way it could happen.
I believe Cloudy was one of those that was defending the contingency argument.
Yes, he was.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna be honest. I dipped halfway through Cloudy's because I had to go get gas.
I'm wary about debating the existence of God with him.
Mm.
Not that I can't
That's
defeat
fair.
it. The Abrahamic God is that's easy.
Yo, when did Cloudy's voice drop? Last time I was here, he sounded like he was like 12, and now he sounds like he's actually a teenager. Weird.
Okay, I think we should probably try to stay on topic here.
Okay, I'll dip. I'm out.
That's it. The joke, because that was an inside. I'm sorry, Randolph. That's an inside joke from way back, like way back early PNR when we would hang out in counter apologetics and Cloudy would come in. So yeah. So.
Thank you for coming on, Boomer.
Yeah. Thanks very much, Boomerstein. Who's next here?
Thusness?
Thusness.
Thusness they came.
I bring Thusness up. So, hello, Thusness. Welcome. Thank you for joining us. What have you got for us today?
Yeah, hi. I'm just here to ask about the principle of sufficient reason. I remember in the discussion with Cloudy, it came up. I don't know if he was using it to bolster his creationism. I don't really, or theism. I don't really remember that discussion. But I remember the hosts were pretty opposed to the arguments of sufficient reason. So I'm just wondering as to what the arguments are against it, against the ability to invoke causes to explain like fundamental things. So, because it seemed like something the people were opposed to. So I'm not familiar with the argument against it.
Well, Quantum Foam sent me one of the technical arguments. You could ask him; he'll send you like the actual syllogism to yourself. I mean, to you, not Quantum. And I like to go with the brute facts. If brute facts are possible, the PSR is wrong, and I'm happy with that.
Can you give me like an example of a brute fact?
Sure, a universe with a potato, just a potato.
Wait, can you repeat yourself? So what did you say?
Universe with a potato. Possible world with nothing but a potato. And the potato is a brute fact.
How did you know that? How could you possibly know? Or
I don't need to. I don't need to know anything. It's a hypothetical possible world. All I need to know is it's not a logical contradiction, and that makes it a possible world.
Wait, so how do you know that potato didn't come into becoming via previous causes? How do you know that it's brute?
Because it's a possible world I literally just imagined in my brain, which it isn't that. So if I made up the possible world where it's a potato that wasn't caused by anything prior, that's how I know it wasn't caused by anything prior, because it's the possible world I literally just imagined.
So that's there's a universe, and in the universe there exists nothing but a potato. That's it. Is there a logical contradiction with this universe?
Well, like, I don't understand how this is relevant.
That's the whole point. There's no logical contradiction there, which means you can imagine it. And there's no logical contradiction, so that's all that it takes. You don't have to demonstrate it's actually a thing that exists. Although that'd be awesome if you could, but you don't have to. All you have to do is demonstrate that there is no logical contradiction in what you are proposing. And because there's no logical contradiction there, that's why. That's why I was asking. There's no logical contradiction about TJump's potato universe.
Okay. So in terms of like physics and like existential experience, do you think that the principle of sufficient reason is true?
You mean insofar as we can say the actions we see around us are caused by previous actions? Sure.
Yeah, I don't. Does the principle of sufficient reason pertain to like random hypothetical possible worlds where there only exist potatoes? Like it doesn't. It just. I just haven't thought about it, but it
depends which PSR you go for. If you're going for the PSR that says all contingent things must have some explanation or all events must have some explanation, then yeah, even the logical possibility of one event not having an explanation would refute the PSR. So if you're going for like a weak PSR or something, maybe not.
How do you know that the possible world with the potato does not have an explanation? Like on what grounds are you
Because
negating?
I literally defined that possible world. So possible worlds, just ways the world could be. One possible way the world could be, potato, uncaused, existing, only thing. That's it. So it's one of the possible worlds. I'm defining that one possible world is the one I'm speaking about. So if it was created by something else, that's not the word I'm speaking about. I'm only speaking about the one where the potato is a brute fact and it wasn't caused by anything else.
Do you believe this possible world is like currently ontologically real in a latent sense?
I'm not a modal ontic realist.
Yeah, so I mean, the ontology of this possible world is founded or contingent on your thinking about it or entertaining its possibility. So it's not an uncaused plane or thing.
No, if there's no logical contradiction in it, then that means that it's possible, which means there's no logical contradiction. Therefore, the PSR, one of the principles is false. Things that are contingent don't need a prior explanation. All it needs to be is logically possible. It doesn't need to be actually proven to be the case.
You just need to show how it's possible. That's it.
Wait, so what's the potato contingent on? Like, it just seems completely abstract and not related to anything. It doesn't seem contingent.
What contingent means could be otherwise. So it could be a tomato instead of a potato. Could be an apple, watermelon.
Are you asking what is it dependent upon?
Well, what do you mean? Like what's
We're asking if it relied on something, right?
Well, yeah, like the ontology. Well, this guy says he doesn't believe in the ontology of the possible world, so I think that question would be kind of irrelevant, or not it wouldn't apply. But I think I misunderstood. Actually, I think it clears up the the argument that these people were making, because I wasn't even familiar with the formal argument or the principle of sufficient reason. I don't really read like modern philosophy, so I just wasn't familiar.
Don't sweat it. Just if somebody ever brings up PSR, just say omni potato, and you've got them.
I think that works for every argument. Just omni potato.
Yep.
Well, yeah. Well, anyway, I mean, yeah. You cleared it up. I mean, I don't have any other further questions, I guess. Okay.
Thanks, Thesness.
See you. Bye.
Thanks for coming up.
Thank you, Thesness.
So TJump, is that going to be like our answers for everything they bring up? Just omni potato?
It should be. We should just have one day that that's the only answer we can give to any question. Be great if Nephilim came that day. It'd be phenomenal.
Omni potato.
So Otangelo sent me a PM saying he had a previous conversation with TJump. Let me pull it back up. So last time I was talking about the genetic code, but I was interrupted by TJump. I think there's more to be debated about it. The genetic code is language, which in my view is strong evidence of design. I want to explore the topic a bit further. That's from Otangelo, so maybe he'll come up.
I'd rather not, because it's just an abusive language. It's an abusive
Oh yeah, for
language.
sure. For sure. Like when he said the genetic code is a language, 100%. That's an abuse of language for sure.
Right.
All right. So we don't have anybody else in queue really. So I think we were planning on calling it a little bit early. If Tangela wants to pop up, you're welcome to pop up. Does anybody have any closing words that hasn't already said their closing words?
Omni potato. I'm going to go take a nap. See you later.
Thanks for coming, everyone.
TJump.
I have